I love that song. It's just a cool tune, isn't it? Pretzel, you're supposed to be playing music, not being silent when I switch over. What are you trying to do to me? Just trying to give me dead air, make me sound like a total asshole, more than usual? Oh my god, how's everybody doing tonight? Oh, let me get my chat in the right place. I've been switching my windows around. There we go, that should work just fine. To Square, were you first? Oh man, you were almost first. You were almost first with that resub, Square, but technically, Wombat Combat Prime was first. There's nothing I can do about that, to Square. You gave a valiant effort, and your support is thoroughly appreciated, but you weren't quite first, and it would be unethical of me to pretend otherwise. So you're just gonna have to resub faster next time. Oh, has it happened? Has it gone to my head? Am I one of those asshole streamers now who's like, if you're in chat right now and you're not subscribing and you're not sacrificing the 2 cups of coffee a month that it would take to do it, are you even really a fan? What's wrong with you? No, that's not a thing. We're not going to do that. I really do appreciate your support to Square, and really everybody. Everybody who fuck subscriptions, everybody who even shows up to chat. You guys are fucking amazing. Oh man, there's Data Nerd. There is White Wolf. Oh, are they doing the premium plastic Black Knight is now on sale? I'll tell you something I think is really funny. Wait, what? Who's having 2 cups of coffee? Ah, you don't know how many cups of coffee this is. You have no way of knowing how many cups of coffee I've had today, or where this falls in that coffee paradigm. None whatsoever. Roland, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Roland. First of all, get yourself some fucking, like talcum powder if that's what you need, and suck it up, bro. Oh my god. Oh, the 2 cups. Oh yeah, I just said that, didn't I? You expect me to, like, look, I'm a Twitch streamer. You can't expect me to pay attention to what I'm saying at any given time, even when I'm saying it to you.
To Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't do it. For the love of God. And don't talk about your balls. That's rule 2. Maybe we need another voice clip. Rule 2 is please do not describe the relative heat level of your fucking engine room in my chat. Jesus, Roland. What have I done to deserve this? What have I done to deserve any of this? Rangonius, it is good to see you, my friend. Issue was low blood sugar. It is amazing to me how much of an effect that can have. Like, I know, it's just universally recognized. We're big chemical computers, and when you mess with our chemical levels, we can get very cranky when we haven't eaten, when we've got low blood sugar, when we haven't slept enough. I know all these things, like, objectively, academically. But in your own life, it can be amazing to observe the difference that getting a good night's sleep and eating something can really have on your mood. Like, a good night's sleep and some breakfast is the difference between me in a deep, dark pit of fucking depression and me in a fairly shallow pit of depression. And these are 2 very different states. I assure you. Punexpected! How you doing today, man? Can we get a shout out for Punexpected Painting? Very talented painter, very talented streamer. Definitely somebody you should be keeping an eye on. Don't mind me. I'm going to enjoy my mug of coffee here for a minute before we get started. You had an amazing breakfast and an amazing lunch. Somehow the next comment's going to be about your fucking nuts. I don't know exactly how you're leading into it, Roland, but if you were thinking about it, don't do it. Just leave it be. Just leave it be. Just body tired. Yeah, it can really tank your energy level. It's kind of nuts. WJ, how are you doing today, my friend? It's good to see you too. It's good to see everybody in chat. You know, guys, it's so... I try not to take anything for granted. Like, anything. I know I do, because I'm human, and this is just something that we do. But I try not to, which I think is important. And I know I've talked about this before. I try on a daily basis to be appreciative of even simple things like, I have electricity. I have running water. You know, things like this. I still have all my limbs. These things that we absolutely tend to take for granted where we're not faced with the active loss of them in most places. But moving away from those more basic things, I don't take any of you for granted. And I say this because when I start up my stream, more often than not, and this may not always be the case, and this is something I'm very aware of, more often than not, there are 5 to 10 people hanging out in chat, ready to go. And that is an incredibly gratifying, incredibly validating thing, and it is, in all complete honesty, a massive ego boost, in a good way. It fires me up. It makes me feel, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? It's difficult to even describe the emotion. I just appreciate you guys being here so much, and more than just appreciating you being here, I'm glad that I'm able to bring you something that you want to see, or even just some decent background for whatever else it is that you're doing on the days that I'm streaming. And I am going to, and I was just having a conversation about this last night. We've been going for a little over a year and a half now on the stream, and it's very tempting, particularly now that things have become kind of procedural, to sort of slow down and rest and chill things out. But that's not the answer. I want to keep growing. I want to keep changing. Not even just as a streamer, but as a person. You know, I'll always try to do better tomorrow than you did today in some tiny little way. You know, so we're gonna keep on doing that. Pretty soon, we're gonna be adding some game streams. We're gonna be having some cameras out in my game room, and I'm gonna try playing some board games and some tabletop games with y'all. I'm still making progress on that. It's probably gonna be towards the end of August that we finally get that done, but oh, we're so close. We're so close. I gotta test out these new little lapel mics that I got, see if they actually sound decent or not. I'm kind of arguing between that and just bringing my Scarlet mic out. I'm still figuring out the details, but we'll work out the kinks. We'll get those streams going. I'm really, really looking forward to that. Had a bacon, lettuce, and fried green tomato sandwich. Ooh, that sounds nice. Actually, kind of tart, right? With some homemade mayo. Damn, Roland, that sounds good. Why are you? I'll give you this today, Roland. You're the king of both my least favorite and my most favorite remarks in chat so far today. So, you know, I guess if that's what you were aiming for, congratulations. Probably having a pecan praline for dessert. Oh my god, a dessert made out of pecan praline? What a delicious place to die of dehydration. Wombat Combat. By the way, I've been remiss. If we could get a shout out pretty please for Wombat Combat Prime, another painting streamer right here on Twitch, and all around good dude. Also does some cooking streams, if that's what you're into. Cooking streams seem like a fucking scam. They seem like a fucking scam, because you're cooking and you're bringing everyone into like the whole experience of making stuff, but then at the end of it, you're the only one who gets to eat it. You think I'm not on to your schemes, Wombat Combat, but I'm watching you. I see through you. Transparent, my friend. Scud24, excellent to have you in here today. Actually did some work today, not much, but something. And some downtime between assignments and driving me stir crazy. Yeah, WJ, sometimes there are days I have where I'm just like, I don't want to do anything. Like, I don't want to accomplish anything. I'm just going to sit here, I'm going to play Orcs Must Die 3 for like 5 fucking hours. On the days that I'm able to do that, and I'm in that mood, it's fantastic, but I definitely have days where it's like, I just have to do something. Something must be done. There must be productivity. Thankfully, I've had a few of those recently where I've actually been able to get up the motivation to really get some progress on some projects, and it feels nice. And for whatever reason today, I've been motivated to just go back and take care of, like, you know, you have those little procedural projects that crop up, like backlog projects, where it's like, I just got to do this one little thing, but I don't have a time limit on it, so I'm just going to work on some new stuff. Well, we're taking a moment, we're taking a step back today. We're going to go back to some older files and just do some tweaks that I've been meaning to do for a while so I can say, boom, I done it, and I never have to look at them again. That's the goal. That is the goal. Oh, I was scrolled up on chat for a minute there. Blunder Thud Kitchen when? Oh, that's a crazy idea. I can't cook for shit. For whatever reason, I don't call it cooking because it's not cooking. I can prepare sushi. This is a skill that I developed in my teens, and I actually have a lot of fun doing it, doing the preparation and the presentation and all that stuff. But when it comes to actually cooking things, I used to be good at it, and then I got married. And now I'm not. Damn it. Don't want to do nothing either, but with the way my mind works, I have to put something on paper. That, by the way, is that is Rio's accent, for those of you who are wondering. Rio, how you doing today, man? Thunderbread Studio. Ooh, that's good. It's both terrible and good, and I'm gonna have that one. I'm gonna keep that one in my back pocket in case it ever needs to come out. It's good. Texan first, American second. If I owned Texas and hell, I'd rent out Texas and live in hell. Who said that? Somebody help me out. Who said that? That wasn't Sam Houston, was it? That was somebody. I can't remember who now. Sam Houston popped up in my head, but I think that's just because I spent so much time on Fort Sam Houston. Ever listened to Thunder and Lightning by NSP? I don't believe so. Should I have? I did discover a band recently that's apparently been around for a while called Starcadian. I don't know if you guys have heard Starcadian. I'm going to start having some Starcadian here on the stream. It's like, it actually covers a fairly broad range of genres. It's all synth, but it's like, it's not as dark as a lot of the synth that I usually play here. Some of it's more like almost easy listening to kind of poppy all the way through to like disco synth. And some of it is like, but I'm picking out and curating a number of particular songs that I really, really enjoy. And some of it has some like really, really hot sax on top of that synth line. And I gotta say, that fires me up. That fires me up something fierce. I should immediately, Dr. Rhino, would you do me a personal favor? And send me that information on Discord so that I will have it right after the stream. I'd really appreciate that. By the way, could we get a shout out for Dr. Rhino? How could we possibly be without a shout out for Dr. Rhino, one of my favorite streamers on Twitch, and an all-around badass guy? Ooh, General Philip Sheridan? Is that true? If that's true, then that's the only thing I know that General Philip Sheridan did. Other than that, I'm like, he certainly sounds like a pasto, and that's something. Trying to lurk and work. You don't have to. No, Dark Fox, don't do shoutouts. I'll do my own shoutouts. I'm sitting at my keyboard. I'm so fucking lazy. I was just talking about not taking things for granted, particularly as far as streaming goes, and in so doing, I was taking Project Dark Fox for granted. Oh my god. Seriously though, streamers, if you've got good mods, don't take them for granted. I am one of the luckiest sons of bitches on the entirety of Twitch. Because I have a small, tightly knit, reliable, attentive mod team who works for nothing. To the point that I feel bad about it, and it is something that I would like to rectify, because they genuinely do work. They're not just like hanging out and occasionally banning people. Like, they're doing work, both here on the stream and on Discord, and as far as just helping me organize my stupid fucking scattered brain, it's amazing. And then there's Roland, who is sort of like my external hard drive, and I don't even thank him for it. Like, at this point, it's a meme. Like, I'm never going to thank him for it, because if I start, he'll start to expect it. And we're just gonna see how far we can take that. Dr. Rhino's horny stream. Oh no. Oh, that's no good. My mods only show up to watch me fail. I secretly suspect that that's kind of a common theme for a lot of mods, to be fair. Look, Data Nerd. There's one mod in chat who doesn't have to be here, said they weren't going to be here, and now is here, and despite not wanting to do mod things, is still doing mod things because I wave my hand in the air and I go, mods, do the mod thing. That's fucking crazy. No, Roland, we were just talking about this. If I start reading your posts, you'll start to expect me to do that regularly, and we can't have you getting false expectations. Absolutely cannot. General Sheridan is the Union general who marched into Texas following the Confederate surrender, delivered the Emancipation Proclamation on June the 19th. Jesus, I am historically illiterate. Oh, I hate learning facts like that reveal just how ignorant I truly am. That feels bad. That feels real bad. That's like a whole American thing, and I should really know it. I blame the public education system, in which I was educated for most of the time that I was in school. It is absolutely their fault. Buy more mods. That would really be like the shit cherry on the garbage sundae for my mods, wouldn't it? Have them do a bunch of work for like 2 years and then be like, I've hired we've brought in an outside hire. We won't be needing your services anymore. You've been replaced by someone I'm gonna pay money. Oh, that's perverse. It's sick enough for me to like fantasizing about it. I'm not gonna do it. That's crazy. I would love to advance to a point where it makes sense to have paid mods and just throw money at my friends who have filled in these gaps. She would too. Unfortunately, Kat does know where I live. I maintain a pretty close control over that information, but Kat does know where I live. Outsourced my duties to India. Oh no, we've hired James Gunn to mod that would be a much better channel. That would be if James Gunn was not just modding, what am I saying? Like, if James Gunn did streams, that would be a better channel. Oh my god, yeah, you guys! The Suicide Squad is out on HBO Max now, isn't it? Like, as of today? I think it is. Not Jux. Not Jux knows what I'm talking about, because he just followed. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I think it's today. I think I saw the 5th. Can anyone confirm that for me? Can someone log on to HBO right now and just tell me, just let me know. Just be like, Thunderhead, you can watch Suicide Squad when you're done streaming tonight. Or tell me that it's not true. Yeah, mods, go forward. Log on to your HBO Max account. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. You don't have to do that. That's fine. Fuck HBO. White Wolf, what's wrong with HBO? I'm not saying there isn't something wrong with them. I would just like to know what it is. Not Jux again. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome in. We're going to be getting to some 3D sculpting here in just a few minutes. It's there. Fuck yes, you guys. I'm going to watch the Suicide Squad tonight after the stream. I'm excited about that. I don't know if you guys have been following it all, but it all looks like good news. HBO is shit service in Canada, but they'll gladly send you letters. Oh, so they're like the Sirius XM satellite radio of Canada. To Square, you're going to the theaters, you absolute fucking madman. Happy Man O'Coral. Or as he is known in some places, OK Oral. How are you doing tonight? That is fucking awesome. I'm so excited I get to watch that after the stream. In fact, you know what, guys? This has been a great stream, but that is going to do it for us tonight. I'm going to go ahead and rage you over it. I'm kidding. I'm not really going to do that. That's silly. Refused to watch John Cena. He apologized to China for a thought crime, so hell no. WJ, I can completely understand that position. If I were to address it myself, I would say that while I don't like it, you know, if someone's livelihood depends on popular culture like it does, I can't sit here and expect John Cena to take on fucking Chinese pop culture and distribution to make a moral stand when his living depends on just being loved by people. And as far as I know, he doesn't have many political statements that he makes with his fame. Now, I will say something. I will counter you a little bit, WJ. John Cena was, I believe, the first person to fulfill something like 500 wishes for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I don't know. I have a hard time believing that he's like a complete asshole. I think maybe he's just a little self-interested, and I can hardly fault him for that. Really? Honestly, can I? Who knows? Maybe John Cena ultimately will lead to the downfall of Western civilization, but I can't prove it. Keep your sleep schedule. Don't sacrifice it for a movie. Don't tell me what to do, Project Darkbox. God. So attractive. Why don't I do that all the time? Read that fact about Make-A-Wish on Cracked before it sucked. Yeah, whatever happened to Cracked anyway? They used to have some funny stuff on there. Yeah, I'm not gonna get into a whole thing about that, WJ. I think everybody knows my opinion broadly on China. Even if they weren't, you know, pure fucking evil, ideologically speaking, on the level of their government, they are almost directly responsible for Pacific Rim uprising. So, yeah, that should really tell you everything you need to know. All right. Why don't we do a little bit of work? How about we do that? That seems like a plan, right? Everything comes back to Pacific Rim 2. Always. Except when it doesn't, which is most of the time. Hang on. I should have my... There we go. There's the Ender cam. Which isn't an Ender. It's actually on Neptune 2. And, that's right. Cat offered to fix that for me. I'll get you those dimensions later, Cat. Why am I talking to you when you're not in chat yet? I don't know. I can't explain it. I really can't. Yeah, they were entertaining clickbait before clickbait became everything that is and always will be. So we're not doing anything too complex tonight. We're just adding in some details to the interiors of a few of the mechs that I have designed based on Dougram. What am I saying? I'm replicating designs from Dougram. I'm not designing things based on Dougram. That gives me way too much credit. Why is that not selectable? It should be. Should be going all the way to the edges. But yeah, I'm just adding some interior cockpits. I'm going to have to reverse engineer a few of the heads. It shouldn't be terribly difficult, but I want to release some like standing in the mech bay versions of these figures. And I need cockpit interiors if that's going to be the case. I'm going to be releasing some versions of these files so that you can print them out. And then, like, if you've got a mech bay, you know, like maybe if you've got the Sigma Dome from Steel Warrior Studios, speaking of which, the Hextech Aeroplex, as we're now calling it, those files are now available from Steel Warrior Studios. So head on over there and check it out, or hit !Steel Warrior in chat to get a link. I'm going to be doing some advertisement for that come tonight, tomorrow. But yeah, so you got like the Hextech Sigma Dome, for instance, and you need some mechs to stand there looking like they are. I think it should just be !Steel Warrior. And if you're looking for, you know, just some mechs to stand there and look like they're ready to deploy, or maybe in the process of being repaired, that's gonna be the idea behind these. Statron Voltari, how you doing tonight? Make Thunderhead the world's overlord and enjoy the following 72 hours as the world spirals into unending Reeve Wars. That wouldn't go well. It really wouldn't. If I was the world overlord, I would make people choose Star Trek or Star Wars. I would force them to wear uniforms from their respective properties and then fight to the death. Just with Battlemech, not with anything from Star Wars, just with Battlemech. And then I'd probably change my mind halfway through. I'm watching the Orville again. Rick Flag from the Suicide Squad? I'm glad that, what's his name? What's that actor's name? Help me out, Roland. What's the actor's name who plays Rick Flag? He's the guy from Altered Carbon. Can't remember his name now. You know who I'm talking about, though. Joel Kinnaman, thank you so much. Yeah, I don't mind Joel Kinnaman as an actor. It's just that Joel Kinnaman has gotten a bunch of roles that I hate for whatever reason. Like, I feel like he's done a perfectly fine job with them, but they've been awful. Like RoboCop. Yeah. So I'm excited to see what he can do working for a director and a writer that isn't just a complete asshole. I'm just going to add in some details here. Probably not even that large. Let's go with 0.5. There we go. A little larger. Let's go to 0.7. Yeah, I've been watching the Orville again. I admit I forgot how rough the first season of the Orville was. It definitely needed some correction. They went whole hog right off the bat, and it might have been a mistake. But it gets better. Significantly better by the end of Season 1, and then it improves a lot through Season 2. Season 3 is apparently in editing right now, so I'm excited for whenever that's going to come out. And, man, I am totally on board for if they want to do a Season 4. Particularly after just getting done watching Enterprise again, and remembering how, like, I like Enterprise, but it's not exactly TNG. It's much more Voyager than it is TNG. Yeah, Flula Borg is in it, pun expected. He's playing Javelin, and this is one of the things that excites me about what James Gunn is doing with the movie. By the way, no spoilers if you've watched it already. You can apparently go watch it already. I'm gonna watch it tonight. James Gunn, like, he got famous for, first of all, he worked with Zack Snyder in 2006 on Dawn of the Dead. This is something that I realized recently. And I would imagine that that's a lot of the reason that that is one of Zack Snyder's best movies. Because I don't like most of what else he's done. But James Gunn, he comes from, like, trauma. He is a classless asshole of a person, and this is something that I love about him. And, like, I say this in the most endearing possible way. But he came from trauma, and I look at James Gunn and I feel like if there's anybody on the planet Earth who knows how to push an R rating to its most entertaining possible logical conclusion, it has to be James Gunn. It has to be. So I'm excited to see what he does with the Suicide Squad, because it looks like he dug deep into the DC roster and pulled out a bunch of characters that nobody fucking cares about. Kind of like he did with Guardians of the Galaxy, and we see what happened there. But he dug out, you know, Javelin, Polka Dot Man, Weasel. I would say the Thinker, but he's kind of a mid-range Flash villain, and Peter Capaldi's playing him. That promises to be good. But yeah, like, Flula's playing Javelin, and it's perfect because, and I'm just like, I feel like it's patently obvious this is what's going to happen. And I haven't seen it, so I can't call this a spoiler, but he pulled in so many actors like Flula Borg who are going to be perfect to just be silly for like 5 to 10 minutes, say some humorous things, have a couple of gags, and then just die spectacularly. I imagine this is what happens to characters like Javelin. I would estimate he does that to 2/3 of the cast that he brought in, because the Suicide Squad roster has a lot of people in it, and I imagine he's going to kill almost every single one that nobody cares about, and it should be pretty magnificent. Why did I do that? I'm gonna get in there. Extend that a little bit. There we go. That should fix it. Is it sticking out? Yeah, it is a little bit, but that's okay. I can fix that. Let's go ahead and make another instance of these on the other side. Join these bodies up so I don't have to worry about any funny business. Either way, I'm excited about it. I hope that it's good. I've heard nothing but good things so far. I'm still excited for some upcoming DC stuff. Black Adam and the Shazam sequel both look promising. Oh, that's weird. Why does it not count those? Why does it count those as a separate edge? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, it doesn't matter, I guess. All I really want is to make a funny little triangle out of it anyway. Come out about 0.3 millimeters, that should be good. There we go. At this point, most of these details are never going to be seen. I'm just adding them in there so that the cockpit looks, you know, busy. Come down that far. Make ourselves a little clone of it, only offset by 0.3 should be good enough. Let's go ahead and ease these corners. Nope. Trying to make a pipe. There we go. 0.4. It's still pretty large. 0.3. You're only going to be seeing half of it. It shouldn't be a big deal. Don't intersect. Make that a new body. There we go. Suction Cup Man. Wait, is that somebody who's in the roster for Suicide Squad? Is pretty interesting. Excited for Let There Be Carnage. Maybe I can change your mind, Wombat Combat. I'm gonna try to change your mind. Let me know if this works, okay? It's rated PG-13. It's a Carnage movie. It's rated PG-13. I mean, you're not wrong. I love Woody Harrelson. Is rated PG-13. I can't get excited about that movie. A fucking movie that is apparently mostly about Carnage. It's rated PG-13. Zack Snyder is executive producing everything in the fucking universe right now, Roland. Zack Snyder, for as much as I may loathe him as a director and possibly a human being, no, not a human being, that's mean, I'm sure he's a very nice person. He's executive producing everything in the fucking world because at the current moment he has all the money in the universe. Because we keep giving it to him. I may not like it, but it's true. Army of the Dead was successful despite being a flaming piece of shit. Yeah, Woody Harrelson is playing Cletus Cassidy. Which is, you know, cool, I guess. Ooh, wait, I want to do one thing before I cement these in. Just dropping them back slightly isn't a terrible idea. I really, like, I can't get excited about a Carnage movie that's rated PG-13. I just feel like you're missing the damn point. Yeah, no, they've got him in, like, So when they showed him, because they showed him in the after credit sequence, WJ, they showed him in the after credit sequence of the first Venom movie, which was very entertaining. It wasn't great, but it was pretty entertaining. And he had like the most ridiculous red wig on. It was awful. He looked like shit. They have since fixed that, but they are making him a redhead for the film. Yeah, that wig was rough. It was rough. Why do you keep... I have literally never used that brush selection tool, and yet for whatever reason, it keeps trying to make me use it periodically. It just resets my selection tool. I don't understand it. But then, you know, I guess I don't have to. It's just true. Alright, let's drop you back. 0.3 should do it. Let's make sure I'm not taking any chunks out of anything that I want to keep. Like those. Body 29. Oh, that was the wrong one. Whoopsies. Alright, let me figure out what body I'm actually trying to cut out of before I do something too stupid here. Oh, why is my pivot point insane? Stop that. There we go. This is identified as... Maybe I should name these things better. What the hell of an idea. This is body 21. It's the only one that I want to cut into. Deselect everything but body 21, and I should have precisely the result that I want. Bing, bang, boom, just like that. Alright, now I'm going to shift these back ever so slightly. Ooh, what are we doing? Why are you doing this to me? There we go. .25 should be good. And then let's go ahead and put another pair of these on the other side. There. I can't imagine anybody's actually going to paint most of these details because they're going to be freaking tiny, but they'll be there. Let's make sure these all wind up in the right place. Which actually, I'm just going to go ahead and bind them into the main body. I'm not going to move them, so there's no reason to have them separate. Boop. And that is all nice. One big piece. Is it wrong that I love Amanda Waller? I've always liked... Like, okay, I don't think that I would like Amanda Waller as, like, a person. Like me in real life meeting Amanda Waller in real life, I'd be like, oh my god, you're a horrifying monster person. But I like her as a character. I've always thought she was fairly compelling as a character. She's like a... She has a lot of the same motivations as Lex Luthor, interestingly. You know what this needs? This needs some type of connecting arm, don't you think? Something on the inside kind of bracing it up. It'll lend some structural integrity to the overall... Why is my pivot point so far ahead right now, and why isn't it changing? Usually it pivots to the last point that I selected, but right now it's going wild. Okay, there we go. What it needs is more cowbell. Oh god, there's some slightly cold coffee. It doesn't need that. It didn't need that at all. Ugh. Amanda Waller is a compelling character because she's an unlikable bitch with broken morals. I would make one modification to that, Datron Voltari. I think that Amanda Waller's morals are not fine, but focused in the right area. It's her ethics that are horrifically underdeveloped. They are a WJ, which is sort of ironic. Alright, am I missing any important pieces that I've completely forgotten about here? That's, yes, O'Coral, that's, this panel slides away, and you just poop right in the mech, and then it comes out here, actually. I don't know if you've seen the original technical specifications of the Battlemaster, but this is officially designated as the poop chute. What's the difference between morals and ethics? Morals has to do more with, what's right, and this is gonna be terrible descriptions of this because I'm like completely outside of any academic setting, and I'm sure someone who pays more attention to the difference could just smack me down with a simple definition. But as I understand it, your morals have more to do with like what's right and wrong, and ethics have more to do with not necessarily what's fair, but how people are treated. You can have moral motivations and behave unethically. Cap has a line he won't cross in defense of the US, Amanda doesn't. Yeah, and that's probably a decent comparison. Like, Captain America has really fairly solid ethics, as well as really good morals. And Amanda Waller has, I don't want to say her morality is perfectly clean, she definitely makes some questionable choices, but like, Amanda is motivated by technically correct morality in a lot of cases. Or not correct, but understandable morality. Protecting human lives, protecting the innocent, protecting the country that she serves, defending the values of said country. But ethically speaking, she's like, in order to defend liberty, let's put a bomb in these people's fucking heads. It's not great. And actually, if I'm going to do an arm, I think I'll drop this back in. Yeah. I feel certain someone could give a better description than I just gave, because I'm not in the mindset at all. Also, I'm a little stupid. Amanda Waller is Nick Fury in a pencil skirt. I think that Amanda Waller is a bit more terrifying than Nick Fury is. Amanda Waller will generally do worse things than Nick Fury will. Like, Nick bends the rules a lot, but Amanda is a straight-up ruthless bitch. And a bit of a maniac sometimes. I'm gonna chop this in half so I can see what I'm working with. Make that disappear. And then let's get rid of a right arm. Boop. There we go. I'm going to build something to lend a bit more structure here. I've never really read, like, for the Marvel comics I've read, and obviously there's a great deal more Nick Fury. I've never really read that many stories about him. Like, he's always sort of a tertiary character. I know he's had his own runs, but I've never read any of them. I don't really know Nick Fury all that well as a character. There we go. Thank you, Datron Voltara. Yes, and that's what I was trying to get across. Ethics are more rules of conduct, and morals are right and wrong. You can violate the rules for the right reason. Or you can stick to the rules for the wrong reason. She doesn't give much of a fuck about the rules. To say she follows an ethical framework that is inherently immoral. Morals that she displays are often at odds with the society she claims to protect. This is probably a better analysis, Datrin Voltari, because I think you're right. Her morals aren't really in line with what she claims to take them from. She certainly thinks of herself as moral, but that doesn't necessarily make it true. She's not necessarily... I would say Amanda Waller doesn't do what Amanda Waller does to look out for Amanda Waller. She does it to look out for, you know, the American people and the people at large. Now, whether she does it in the best way or whether she's being truthful is maybe something for debate. But she's not doing it just because she likes killing people. Well, I mean, maybe she is, but she probably isn't. Alright, I'm just going to create like a simple little mechanical arm here. Not going to make it too complex. You have to remember that what I'm making here is fucking tiny. I'm dealing with 0.5 millimeters at this point, so if I make it too complex, it's not going to matter. Like that's 0.3 millimeters. I just expanded that by. Amanda Waller is to the USA what Section 31 is to the Federation? You mean like a super inappropriate, totally hackneyed fucking premise that mostly ruined a lot of the best storylines? Wow, I didn't know that. I'm joking. I'm not a huge fan of the section, the whole introduction of Section 31. Drop this in a little bit. I don't think these details are going to matter even a little bit, but I want them there anyway. No, that's offset. Why do you keep doing that? Why did it reset my freaking shortcuts again? Curse you, Autodesk. Ever had a printer try to print impossible drawings? Like that one fork or one box? I have not, WJ. I know some people have taken great pleasure in creating 3D printable versions of some of those optical illusions, but I do pretty boring stuff with my printer for the most part. You know, I indulge in that thinking sometimes, Roland, in my fiction. I indulge in the, yeah, but the character did the, you know, the right thing, even though they're considered the bad guy. DC is the one universe where I don't indulge so much in it, and it's only because in the DC universe you have to sort of accept part of the conceit of the universe is things that I don't necessarily believe are true in real life. Like, I've already accepted that, you know, Kryptonians absorb solar radiation and become super strong. If I can accept that, I can accept that in the DC universe, people are generally good. Most sentient species are good in the sense that they don't wish harm on others, and so I have to sort of consciously reject the thinking of characters like Amanda Waller and Lex Luthor. While in real life I might be like, well, that's true, but we're not talking about real life. We're talking about... And it's one of the same reasons that I like a lot of Star Trek and why I dislike some modern Star Trek. It's aspirational, and it sort of has to be, you know? But again, it's real life, Roland, as opposed to the fantasy universe with Superman and Batman and such. There's certainly a place for that kind of thinking in the universe, otherwise we wouldn't have Batman either. And I guess, I guess I like it more in DC than I do in Star Trek. DC's not as aspirational as you think about Sector 31, but what about Possum Fleet? What the fuck are you talking about, Scud 24? But would she Suicide Squad the Joker? Has Joker ever been a member of the Suicide Squad himself? I don't feel like that would work. Joker is not the kind of personality that would be easily manipulated in that fashion. That's why Luthor is a clear-cut bad guy in DC. I mean, he is. But at the same time, like, there's more to it. There's more to Luthor than that, because Luthor claims to be looking out for the good of mankind. He claims that, but he's not really doing it. He claims, Lex Luthor claims, that he is concerned for the future of mankind if beings like Superman exist, if they're as powerful as they are. And okay, yes, fine. This is a perfectly legitimate concern to have. But that's just his excuse. Lex Luthor, in truth, is a raging fucking egomaniac who is actively jealous of that level of power. Like, it's not just that he's concerned for mankind, he's pissed off that he isn't the one who's able to do that. And this is very different. This is very, very different indeed. Copy along this axis. Go ahead and drop that right about there, I'm thinking. That'll do. Let's cut this in. Yeah, Lex Luthor is full of shit. Like, I love him as a villain, but he is a fucking liar. And yes, Lex stole 40 cakes. That's canon. That's... He's so evil. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is make this disappear. Where is it? There it is. Like so. And then I'm just gonna make fairly broad connection point of a really just random stupid shape, but it doesn't matter. Bring that back in. And then let's go ahead and cut this shape to fit. And get rid of the excess. There we go. Now we have a funny little mechanical arm that sort of connects to the inside of the cockpit where you're not going to see most of the connection points, so it doesn't matter. But it should help to reinforce the actual print. A little extra structural integrity and a little detail you can see if you look in there. Hey, there's a mechanical arm. What do you know? That's how the cockpit opens. Hooray. Probably would have been better with two, like one on each side, but you know, I've already done this, so fuck you. Make that all one object for simplicity's sake. And go ahead and drop it into the right component. Bind this back up so the torso is one piece. There we go. Yeah, I am concerned a Superman-like being will take over the Earth, he says while trying to take over the Earth. He might even believe that lie sometimes, but it's just a fucking lie. Why is that not moddable? I'm gonna cut a chunk off of it so it doesn't look quite so funny. Doesn't need to go all the way up after all. Let's make it half the size that it is. There we go. And give that a little angle. 0.5 millimeters should do. Yeah, it's gonna be real small. Gonna go get a Swiss cake roll. Oh man, you got enough for everybody? Or at least me? Do you have enough for me? I guess I should clarify that question into what I actually care about. Alright, so I think that's all that I need to do for the interior of the Battlemaster cockpit. We've got 2 seats, or a rumble seat, if you will, for the sake of Battletech. I really only did it this way because this is how the Bigfoot was originally designed in Dougram. When they open up the cockpit, they have the 2 seats. I think you can kind of wave your hand in the air for most mechs in Battletech, and the rumble seat is a thing, where it's like they don't really control it, but they're just along for the ride. This cockpit would look weird if you just put 1 seat in it, though. It would look real odd. So I think this works. We're only going to do 1 cockpit or 1 seat in most of the others. There is an implied second seat in the Wolverine, in the Blockhead, because in theory there's like a little ladder inside where the second person can climb down into a seat that's in its chest, but you can't see it, so it doesn't matter. Am I missing anything else? I got side consoles, I got front consoles, I've got leg room, I've got seats. The glass is connected at 3 points, giving it a decent amount of actual structural integrity. You can see there's some crossover here, and then it connects with the antenna on top, even overlaps a little bit, which I did because it'll make this entire structure stronger. Let's take a quick render and see what it looks like with the extra details in there. This is pretty cool. This is gonna look neat. And again, bear in mind, these details are fucking tiny. Really small. Like, each of these little seat cushions is like a 0.5 millimeter across. Some of these aren't even gonna show up. I think they will, because I kept them really, the details are just simple, which is what you have to do at this scale. More of John Cena than you ever wanted to see. Do I want to even know, Roland? Should I do something around the edge here to indicate where the cockpit seals, do you think? Just something. Even just a little raised lip might not be a bad idea. Just a small one. I'll say a small lip. Yeah, it would be really tiny, but it could make all the difference. Let's add one in. Let's just see what it looks like. No reason not to. It's simple enough to do. Well, it will be once I combine my geometry properly, that is. Because for whatever reason, my console is a separate piece at the moment. Oh, that's why it's a separate piece. Because I have things I need to fix. Well, let's fix it now. That's what we're doing. After this, I'm going to jump into the round facer and try that one. There is a funny little bit of geometry there that I need to fix.
Here at
Easiest way to
Thunderhead
do it.
Studios, it's okay to be sloppy.
It is.
Bonus points if it's white paint.
It's a gross joke. Everybody laugh at the grossness. Make a fucking circle. There we go.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
And more and more and more. Let's drop this down. How far does it go? Let's take it down 0.7 and see where we're at. Interesting. I might head all the way down to here. Alright, gotta make a few changes here. This isn't really a big deal, like I could ignore this and the whole thing would print fine, but I don't want to. I'd like my geometry to be nice and pretty. So it shouldn't go any deeper than that. Almost can't. Yeah. Don't need these. Oh, now you're not going to delete the individual faces, huh? Okay, sure. Now, okay, you're just in love with those two little nubs, and I can't convince you to get rid of them, so I'm just not even going to try. I'll just make a weird shape here. And drop it down to the bottom. And just make it a join and it should seal this up. Unless it really doesn't want to for some reason. Problem combining geometry together. Just make it a new body then. Fuck you. There's something weird in the way these lines are connected that is just keeping everything from binding up. Let's see if it wants to go crazy. Yeah, it's doing it again. One of these is like looping back on itself in some tiny microscopic way, and it has something to do with a cut that I did earlier, and it doesn't want to join. So I'm just gonna leave this here and ignore it. And I will let NetFab fix that later. That's gonna be my solution. And we'll just pretend like it isn't there. It's a great idea. Still, it just does not want to combine with the console. And it's because of that funny little cutout. That is frustrating. Oh well. It doesn't really matter. Let me just find one of my previous sketches here where I had that shape on. One more that was better. Yeah, there it is. I can work with this one. Get rid of some of these superfluous bits. And this back end here I don't need. Oh, you've already been offset, have you? Is that trapezoid where the bitch plate is located on the mech? Wait, where? What trapezoid? The random one here? Why is it recognizing these as two different... Huh. That's odd. Yeah, we're covering up a fatal defect. Just don't look at it, and it can't hurt you. In theory, maybe. We hope. It's not two different sketches, it's just acting funny. This... Why are you not recognizing this? Maybe if I take that up a little further. Okay, now you're willing to recognize this, at least. Let's add just a teeny little lip and just see what it looks like. Not cut. No, thank you. Just 0.2. And then do something similar here. I'll probably narrow it slightly. Get rid of that sketch. Get out of my way. Go ahead and loft these together real quick. Actually, you know what? It's easier to do it this way. Yeah, he said, as it wasn't. Let's unjoin them first. That'll make it simpler. Separate objects. Yes, perfect. Up a little bit wider. Okay. No big deal. What's my distance here? 0.015 millimeters. Negative. That matches up pretty nice. Get rid of that. And then we'll just go ahead and split. Well, first let me make a small adjustment to the edges here. And then I'll mirror it. Drop it in. Negative 0.25, not sure. Yeah, you know what? That's perfectly good. Actually, no, it's not. I lied. It's not. I want a little bit less than that. I did that because I wanted to adjust this curve, which is on a radius. So let's make it negative 0.1. Negative 0.15? Yeah, that looks okay. And because this is easier than doing it any other way, I'm just going to chop it in half and mirror it. Get out of here. Get out of here, you weird fat cheek. Alright, let's bring back in this piece, and let's just see how it looks. Hey, what's up, Sumitha? How you doing today, man? Are you watching the Suicide Squad right now? Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it for me, Roland. Don't spoil nothing, including the hanging of Dong. I have immense respect for the hanging of Dong in film. I think that looks better. Just that little teeny addition makes a pretty big difference. It makes it look more like that is an actual seal. Might only do one quick change to it. Hey, what's up, Brigadarung? How you doing? And at this point, maybe I'm letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, but I don't care. Just 0.1 section size. Doesn't need to be much. 0.2? Yeah. Now we're cooking. Make this disappear. Vergadarung, how you doing today, man? What are you up to? I guess I could have made that like one contiguous line, and that would have been better, but who gives a shit? We're dealing with fragments of millimeters at this point. If it's a little bit off, it really won't be noticeable. I was tired, but now I'm not. I agree with Data Nerd. I'd like to know what your secret is to being tired and then not being tired. Is it sleep? Because if it's sleep, then just get the fuck on out of here, because that's not even remotely an option. People keep telling me that's the secret. I think they're full of shit. I wasn't tired, and now I'm tired. See, that sounds much more familiar to me, Rio. There I was, not being tired, and then suddenly, I was tired. I don't know what to tell you. Alright, let's bring that back in, and I think that is going to be the finishing touch. And then I can do a couple other small changes to the rest of the mech. I'm thinking about just leaving one of the arms off and tired. Well, I guess I could do a few versions. Like, we could have this version who's just standing here with his... I'll probably take the weapons off. I can't imagine that a mech with hands that holds its weapon like a rifle would have that weapon in its hand when it's in the mech bay. I feel like you would activate the mech, right? And then you would, like, retrieve the weapon from a rack, and then you would go in to battle. Oh yeah, I think that looks a lot better. That's why I disappeared yesterday. Promptly fell asleep at 7 p.m. when I got home and woke up at 3 a.m. Ooh, that's rough. That is rough. Yeah, I think that little seal piece here that I just did, I think that makes all the difference. That sort of brings it together for me. Looks kind of cozy in there, doesn't it? That would make sense, except that by the rules, none of these weapons are handheld. Battletech does have... Isn't it ejectable weapons? I thought that that's one of the weapon quirks on most of these early ones, is that their weapons are ejectable, which essentially means they're being held in a hand and they can drop them. I think that rule sort of made up for the early designs of a lot of these mechs. Rio, I've already got cup holders. They're right there. See it? See the cup holder? Yeah, not most, but Battlemaster has it. I'm pretty sure, Vergaderung, that quirk exists solely because of mechs like the Battlemaster and the Wolverine, who, in their art, are holding guns. Yeah, the Stinger. There you go, Sumatha. Yeah, I think this looks good. I think this will print decently, even. I know that details on the level of the seats will print decently because I just took these seats right out of my derelict Dugram, who has its cockpit open and the seat inside. I just pulled that piece out, put it into here, and then built the rest of the details around it, which I'm going to do for the other ones too. Originally, all of them were permanently affixed for no good reason except they didn't want to make rules for them. I mean, to be fair, the rules for jettisoning weapons is like... how often do you really do it? Like, honestly, in the game, the number of situations where it's useful are so few and far between that the rule might as well not exist. Though it exists in things like the Incubus 2, which has a weird pseudo-knuckle duster SRM rack. I'm not sure I'm familiar with that design, Sumatha. And we have Heavy Gear, where virtually all weaponry is handheld. I do love that about Heavy Gear. But then Heavy Gear is like... if you take Battletech... I mean, if you take Votoms, really, but if you take Battletech and its origins, Dugram, Macross, Votoms, and you go in, like, the hard military tanks with legs direction, you get modern Battletech. If you go off into the anime direction, you get Heavy Gear. Which, man, I need to finish up. I need to finish up my my Northern Gears, actually, now that you make me think of it. Merlin Models, how are you doing today? Could we, pretty please, get a shout-out for Merlin Models? Pretty excellent streamer. I've managed to stop into his stream a few times now. Good painter. Probably mostly for campaigns and for thematic stuff. I'd imagine that. Merlin Models, thank you for the reminder to hydrate. You did help me realize that I don't have anything to drink right now. I've got some stale water, so I'm going to take a slug of that, but then I'm going to go grab myself something to drink proper. Let me take a look at this, Sumatha. Oh yeah, he does have like a knuckle duster, doesn't he? Ooh, I kind of like that. That's neat. It's just, yeah, it's like mounted on his forearm, and then he has a brace that he holds in his palm. That's kind of cool. I don't hate that design element. Huh. Neat. That's the plan, White Wolf. That or a Fresca. Roland, can I offer you a Fresca? I'm sad that dude's head blew up. Yeah, Merlin Models, this is my Battlemaster, which initially it just had the cockpit is closed. It was just a solid piece. So I have separated that, moved it up into an open position, and then built this cockpit inside so that we can print a version that's just standing there ready for pilots. From a game balance perspective, the problem is that handheld or ejectable weapons still take weight and internal slots from a specific location, which just doesn't work. I feel like there are so many things I wish they would do in Battletech if they'd update the damn rules, and I would love it if there was if they introduced handheld weapons / ejectable weapons in a meaningful balance way, like gave them some benefits and some drawbacks, specifically. Because, yeah, they shouldn't take up internal slots. They should take up weight. They almost, like... if you made it so it's like they had their own heat sinks, like they didn't overheat your internal heat sinks, but they did have their own heat sinks, it would limit them because they would only have their own internals. What drawbacks? I would think for a drawback, if you had it so, like, you know, if you took a pilot skill check, you also had to take a pilot skill check, or you had a chance to drop it. You know, like you got rocked real bad in the cockpit, you've got to actually focus through your neural helmet on keeping your hand closed around the weapon. Yeah, limited heat sinks and not protected by armor. Yeah, that'd be a good one. Like, if you took hits to an arm with an external weapon, you had to go ahead and roll for a potential crit directly to the weapon, regardless of whether you had armor or not. That could be something. Ooh. Ha-cha-cha-cha. We're talking house rules now. Maybe we could come up with something. But the internal power source to make them work would make them a lot heavier. You could do something with that. Make them heavier, make them vulnerable to crits, make them have their own internal heat sinks. The handheld weapons had more use in the rule. I'm not familiar with the handheld weapons rules, the advanced ones. I'm only familiar with it insofar as the detachable weapon rule, the ejectable weapon rule, so you can drop it on the field. Easiest thing to do is you can't make melee attacks with that arm unless you drop it. Is that not already true? I feel like that's already true in the ejectable weapons, that they occupy the lower arm actuator unless they're ejected, but I could be wrong about that. And if your lower arm actuator is occupied or doesn't exist, I don't think you can punch with that arm, can you? Or am I misremembering? Bolt action AC 20, right? Ba-boom! Chunk, 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 chunk. That'd be the hotness right there. What's the difference between Battletech and MechWarrior? Merlin models, MechWarrior is a video game series based in the Battletech setting. MechWarrior is specifically the PC game series. Also, the Dark Age Clicks game carried the title MechWarrior. But Battletech is the core universe in which MechWarrior is set as a series. What about handheld kinetic weapons? Have limited ammo, need to be reloaded? Yeah, the bolt action AC-20. See, if we're gonna develop house rules for this, we should address that too, Rio, because that would be the Blockhead, the Wolverine, has an external kinetic weapon, non-energy weapon. Even a rifleman can punch, it just sucks out. I thought that you couldn't punch if you didn't have lower arm actuators, but what do battle fists do then? Because I know battle fists do something. Do they just give you a bonus to melee? It's been so I haven't played with quirks in so long. Like, I like quirks, but they're so kind of tacked onto the base rule system that they just don't see a lot of use. Someone made the accordion of death for an Atlas. 12 rocket launcher 10s that the Atlas just dropped. Oh, that'd be pretty cool. With an Irby on a leash, like a simple monkey. With like a little fez. It just gives a bonus to punch melee? Okay. Obviously, your fists have to battle it. I mean, yeah, what else? What else could that possibly mean, right? Battle fists are +1 to hit. Alright. -1, yeah. Whichever one's positive, which is ironically negative. Well, I'm pretty happy with this. Now that this render has actually finished doing what it's doing, I think this all works pretty damn well. Alright, I'm going to grab something to drink real quick, and then we'll do a little bit more work on this one, and then jump over to the round facer, which I need to definitely do some work on. So I'll see you in just a minute. All right. Got myself a couple little snacky snacks here to sustain me. Some raspberries, some of these amazing pickles. I don't know what, I can't remember what the brand is offhand. I'll have to look it up. But they've had these pickles at Costco recently, and they're just like, oh, they're so good. Oh, they're so good. I'm working on it, White Wolf. I'm working on it. I did not get a beer, but I have a little bit of Makers here, and I've got myself a little Coke. I'm gonna make myself a little drinky poo. You see, the trick, folks, is to let the liquor do the thinking. Ah, ooh, that's not well mixed. Oh, boy. Excuse me. All right. Yes and no. Seen games on the Amiga and think when you were young, never understood it. Had two mechs as toys. Yeah, unless you've been following Battletech the whole time, it's easy to find yourself a little confused about the relationship between Battletech and MechWarrior Merlin. What about diagonal hydraulics to the back of the raised cockpit? Help bridge it for better printing? That might not be a bad idea. I added in this little arm for that purpose. So my issue with that Vergaderung is it is going to close up this space here. Right here. And my issue with that is that it is already a really tight space. If you want to reach in and paint any of the details inside the cockpit, like, you've already got to get the brush right through this space here. And if there is an actual bridge, it's going to make that nearly impossible. It's going to be tricky to support as it is, and I'm going to test print it before I release it, but I think that would close it up too much. I do want you to be able to see the back seat. It's a good idea, though. It's good thinking. Yeah, don't chase the rabbit. Random access brain impulse triggers. Memories. Oh, let's bind these up because apparently I chopped this off without thinking about it. Any more random bodies in here that need joined? Oh, doesn't look like it. Okay, and yeah, I'm going to go ahead and make the hand weapon disappear. And if that's the case, then I want the grip hand gone and the standard hand, the standard fist, in place. So I'm thinking, yeah, like just this file, kind of how it is. And you can go ahead and plop this down in a mech bay or whatever, and I'll probably do like this, and then maybe a version with an arm off, like it's being repaired or something like that. That sounds like an idea, doesn't it? You know, like that. That can work. One year, baby, or as SP Firestarter's over-enthusiastic use of the shift key has rendered it, exclamation point year, baby. Yeah! SP Firestarter, thank you so much for the support, man. 12 months. You should have just gotten the new, yeah, you got the blue Thunderhead logo now. God damn, my subscriber badges are super exciting. I don't know why people don't subscribe just for the badges, if I'm being honest. I mean, it's my logo in different colors. That's fucking amazing. Right? Guys, right? Anybody? No? Okay. Oh, that's fine. Maybe it's just me. Just as a quick note, quirks like jettison-capable weapons are optional, only as they have not been balanced. Yeah, and that's why I don't really know those rules very well, Datron Voltari, because, as I said, those fall under quirks. Quirks are optional and are more fluffy than they are crunchy, for the most part. Just that excited, and we are just that excited to have you. Yeah, I recently unlocked a 2.5-year badge, so I realized I should probably go ahead and update that, because we've had my old logo as my sub badge for a long time now. So, if I'm gonna have this version of the arm as the arm in a state of repair, then I'm gonna want to make it its own object here and futz with it just a little bit. Go. Oh man, Datron Voltari. 15 months! 15 months and Prime subs, no less, which honestly, I'm way more, not way more, I'm very impressed by people who maintain Prime subs over that length of time, because you have to actually do it every month. They don't get you with the trap where it automatically renews. With Prime subs, that means you're coming back every month and you're subbing. So thank you so much, Datron Voltari. Motherfucker! Twitch seems to have borked itself and lost my streak. How fucking dare they? We know. Datron, we know. We know about your streak, even if it's not announcing it. So Battletech would be the strategy and MechWarrior would be the action game. Kind of. And then there's like Mech Commander. See, Battletech is just like the parent universe, is all that it really is. It's the name of the core game and a lot of subsequent games, because like Mech Commander is a strategy game set in the Battletech universe, for instance, on PC. It's what a lot of people are familiar with. Alright, I'm gonna have like a couple of random bits hanging down out of this as if the arm has been taken off. I actually quite like playing with quirks. But then, like, I know I've told people this before, I don't look at Battletech as... This is one of the reasons that I think a lot of people who are coming over right now as part of the exodus from Warhammer 40k are going to be kind of disappointed. Not because Battletech's a bad game, but because Battletech is a fundamentally different game than most of what they're used to playing. Battletech is not a tightly balanced, competitive tabletop war game. It's not designed to be that on almost any level. There have been attempts to balance it over the years, yes, but I think that there is a greater, like, there's more DNA in common between, like, Dungeons and Dragons and Battletech than there is Warhammer 40k and Battletech, which may sound odd, but unless you're playing Alpha Strike, like, the mechs you're using on the tabletop have full character sheets that detail where they're taking damage and what's going on, and is less of a balanced competitive, like, is less of a balanced competitive experience than it is a role-playing experience, and kind of a random bullshit generator. Sci-fi role-playing strategy game, yeah, sure, why not? All of those are accurate. But yeah, I don't look at games of Battletech like, oh no, I lost because I took the wrong unit and I didn't use the right strategy. I lose games of Battletech because of the random goddamn crazy shit that can happen every single time you fire at somebody. I lose games of Battletech because, you know, maybe I pressed a little too hard on a front, somebody got behind me, got a lucky shot off with an SRM and cracked open my fusion core, and I had to eject. Like, it's a very different style of game. Yeah, plus Battletech's lore has a little bit of hope in it. How about that? Imperium 24! Welcome to the channel, my friend. Thank you so much for the follow. And this is a point that I make with Battletech a lot, for classic Battletech White Wolf. When you fire a weapon in Battletech at anybody, as long as it is a legal, possible shot, as long, like, even if you need boxcars to hit, there is a combination of rolls that will destroy your enemy completely. There is a potential combination of rolls that will completely wipe that mech out. Are they likely? Not necessarily, but they exist, and they fucking happen. Sometimes you're like, I'll take a pot shot. Why not? I'm at long range, but I've got no real reason not to. I'll sink the heat, it'll be fine. And you go roll, roll, roll. Oh, you blew the head off the pilot. Like, it happens. It happens. I see robots modeling and printing. I follow. Imperium, I'm glad to see that you are also a man of culture and taste. I salute you, sir. And when they do happen, it is the hypest shit. Yeah, that, or it's like you lost one of your most expensive mechs on the first round across the table, and it's not so much hype as like, whatever, that's Battletech, I guess. I actually like that about it, because I know that I'm always the person who's like, never use real life to justify game mechanics, but in real life, anytime you're firing bullets at anybody at all, the you know, random shit happens. If bullets are flying, you have a chance of dying every single second that it's happening. I agree, Project Dark Fox. It sucks for the same reasons that it's awesome. This is just true. Alright, I don't actually want to make a sketch here. I want to do something else. Actually, I do. I'm lying. I really just want to create a point there. Because I would like to go ahead and make a construction plane and move it to that point. Like so. And then sketch on here. I can probably do that with a standard, yeah. Just a little bit out like that. Do another one over here. Comes out a little bit further and then curves off slightly. Nothing too crazy. Bring that sketch back. So what do you play, Imperium? You, a tabletop gamer? Actually, yeah, that'll be fine. Try to make these look like exposed jacketed cables. Get rid of a lot of these superfluous sketches that I don't need. Oh, that's too much. That's more like it. .15. .175. 17 or 16. Yeah. Nope, you're just not gonna do that, are you? Fuck me, I guess. I can see why you don't want to. I put this cut right across here, and I shouldn't have. That's okay, I can fix it. I'm telling it to do things that are just a little too inconvenient. That's going to be better. If it only has to deal with one face or a simple curve, it's going to do better than if I try to put cuts across curved faces. Line these back up. And let's put a little twist. Oh my, WJ, really? Thunderhead and everything Battletech to be included in such a gust company is truly an honor. Everything Battletech's a pretty good server. And I admit, Thunderhead Studio is a pretty goddamn good Discord server, much to my shock, if I'm being totally honest. I don't think it has much to do with me, but I've got a great bunch of people who hang out there for sure. Make a copy of this one and bring it over here, rotate it in another direction, out like so. And then let's even drag it up just a little bit, just like that. What do you think of that? Take a look at what this looks like in a render. Go ahead and drop these extra bodies. I'll make a component out of these, actually, because I can turn this on and off. All this arm damaged. Drop this into the left arm. Let's have a look at it with a quick render on it. Oh, Hamburg, thank you for the reminder. Oh. Yeah, everything Battletech is, it's a huge server. There's just a lot going on in everything Battletech to the point that it can be really hard to find the things that you actually want, but there's a lot of good stuff there, and it's a very good people. I think that looks pretty good. Oh, anything that mentions the clans is a joke. The clans aren't really a thing. It's a meme. It's an in-universe meme. The clans don't actually exist. The game is currently set in 3025, and anybody who says otherwise is lying. Guys, should I not lie to new people? They might believe what I'm saying. A lot of people don't like the clans, Merlin. I am one of them. Let's get a lower angle on this. That looks pretty good, yeah. And this way you could print out one that's like ready to go and have it standing there, and another one that's like being repaired and just treat it as if it's a, you know, there's just a terrain piece. Just some difficult terrain, some blocking terrain. The canopy is about 0.5 millimeter thick, Vergaderung, which that is on my list of things that the canopy itself and its thickness, that's on my list of things to pay special attention to on my first test print, and I'm ready to adjust it. It's thin. It's thin, but I think it's printable. But I'm going to test it, and if I have to thicken it up, that should be an easy enough process. I should stop drinking this drink so fast. It is whiskey. Alright, I'm happy with this. This is going to go on the test plate tonight. Go ahead and save this guy. Merlin Models, thank you for the encouragement. I shouldn't say these things. There's just blood in the water for this chat. That's 2. Wobbies were written better than the clans were. Yeah, I said it. Vergatarung, you're not wrong. I find the Jihad infinitely more interesting than the clan invasion, but that's not saying much. I respect the Jihad for one reason, and that is that it was an attempt between the Jihad and the following Dark Age. It was an attempt to rewind the Battletech storyline back into the post-Fourth Succession War, when it was still something that I gave a shit about. It was an attempt to do 3025 over again. It was not the most successful, but I can respect the attempt. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and start working on the round facer. And I'm going to make a new design. Save it as round facer mech bay. Load this guy in. Come on. There we go. Alright, now this is the modified version of the round facer I did that has the original rifle from Dougram as opposed to the PPC. Just make that disappear since it's really not going to matter. For our purposes here today, I'm gonna need to give it a new hand because I didn't. This is the first mech that I built, and as a result, some parts of its geometry are pretty rough. So we're gonna have to work around that a little bit. Just leave the shoulder weapons off for now. Probably go ahead and make the arms disappear entirely for the sake of working on the head. Is that not one of the themes of Battletech since it was written by history nerds? The cyclical nature of civilization and history? WJ, I feel like you're giving them too much credit, if I'm being totally honest. But then I'm a cynical asshole, so take that for what it's worth. Did the show accurate weapon sculpts get posted and I missed it? No, I haven't, and that's because I was thinking I need to do a couple of new weapons for the Dougram before it's show accurate. But what I should probably do, honestly, Datron Voltari, is post the accurate ones that I have now, and then worry about doing the Dougram ones. I will make the show accurate modifications to the blockhead before I post them, but that's because if I open that up, the only modifications that I need to make to this to make it show accurate is changing the ball gag from a laser to a dual machine gun, which is not terribly difficult to do. It's true, Roland is a giant lore nerd, and please feel free to delve into the depths of his grog mind. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and modify the ball gag into the dual machine. Let's do it now. What are we doing? Let's do it now. Rename this. We'll just make another one. Nope, that was wrong. Let's fix that. There we go. Just get rid of that entirely. How is King Shark, by the way, Roland? No spoilers. I haven't watched it yet. I'm going to watch it in just a little bit. But how is King Shark? Let me open up my references here real quick. And I might as well do the cockpit on this guy while I'm at it, because this is going to take seconds. Maybe not seconds, but it won't take long. There's my reference. Miniatures, Battletech. Hasty? No, where are my blockhead reference pictures? Is it just under reference? That would be embarrassing. Hang on a second. Let me. I feel like I didn't save my blockhead reference pictures, but they're easy enough to find. He's just got like a dual machine gun, and then I want to go ahead and do his cockpit, because that'll be an interesting process. Here we go. Picture with the cockpit open, please. Did the glass on the blockhead slide up or down? Hang on. I remember it sliding down, but this toy has it sliding up. Love it if there was just an easy reference image from the show without me having to dig into it. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. I can just pick one arbitrarily and make that, you know, whatever the hell I want. Down makes more sense to me. I don't know where the glass would go if it was sliding up. There isn't enough head for the glass to go anywhere. I'm gonna go with down. If only because that's my memory of it. Pull over this image into its own window. I know this is fascinating watching me use a browser off screen. This I can work with. Is the block facer or the round head? Oh, that threw me for a second. That threw me pretty good. Alright, how to make this a separate piece. I would have made it a separate piece from the start if I'd known that I was doing this, but I didn't, so I didn't. Let's go ahead and start off by adding in a couple of slots here. I'll do center to center. Offset it about right here. 0.6 ain't bad. What? Oh my god, if it isn't Greg the Salt Miner himself. Our very own resident Games Workshop shill. Oh my god. Guys, get him. Get him, chat. Fucking dogpile him. Rip him apart. In the name of screwing over Games Workshop. I'm kidding. What's up, Greg? How you doing, man? It's good to see you. I would imagine you've been pretty busy lately. Where the hell did my sketch? Oh, it's because I don't have sketches visible. Whoopsies. Let's fix that. There it is. I don't know if this is going to look good just because of the angle I was doing. No, that works. That works just fine. Okay, let's drop that in. Drop it in by at least 0.3. Oh, you don't want to do that, do you? Okay, that's fine. I can work with that. How you been, Greg? How's life, man? It's always good to see you. Work has been killing me. Been a crazy busy summer. I know part of that feeling. Yeah, I'm ready for summer to be over. I'm ready to get back into the fall, winter season, man. Let me tell you. Cockpit interior shots, the Battlemechs, but nothing on how the canopy opens. I remember in the show, because there's a scene in the show where Dougram has killed several blockheads, but the Special Forces team who are operating the blockheads, like the commander of it is super bitter about it because he's lost men to the rebels and he gets ordered by headquarters to back off and to take it easy, but he's like, no, we're gonna fucking kill him, we're gonna track him down, I don't care what headquarters says. And there's very specifically a scene with the blockhead's cockpit open and the commander is sort of sitting like right here. He's just chilling and he's like, you know, smoking a cigarette and he's talking to his gunner / navigator who sits in a seat that's down here in the chest. And I remember from that, the cockpit glass goes zzzzt and slides down for him to get out of it. What's up, Avash? How you doing today, man? Looks like fall and winter is only going to be busier. Store anniversary kicking off this Saturday, and when that's done, got conference in September, bigger conference in October. Conference or convention? And then it's Christmas time. Yeah, that's always going to be a real hit, isn't it? Alright, we need a couple of machine gun barrels. Which I'll go ahead and make off the center plane and then just cut off. What mech is this from, Avash? This would be, if you're familiar with the Battletech Wolverine. This is the Abitate Blockhead from Fang of the Sun Dougram, which is the anime from which many of the original mech designs came. And the Wolverine was based off of this original Abitate Blockhead. go. And there. Yeah, let me see. Battletech originally got a number of its mech designs from a series of anime that existed at the same time, specifically Macross, also known as Robotech, and then Fang of the Sun Dougram, which is just known as Fang of the Sun Dougram. And also Crusher Joe. Specifically the core 55 tonners, the Wolverine, the Shadowhawk, the Griffin, all came from Dougram, and then also the Battlemaster, the Thunderbolt, the Scorpion, the Goliath. I don't think I'm forgetting any. I think that's all. And what I'm doing here is I'm both making a version of this that has an open cockpit, and I'm also making the version of this that is accurate to the Dougram show. The only real difference between the Dougram show and the original Blockhead, the original Wolverine, being that it would have 2 machine guns in its ball gag turret as opposed to a medium laser. Yeah, Crusher Joe, the source of the Locust, and arguably the Leopard? I think there's something of an argument as to whether the Leopard is based on Crusher Joe or not. And the Galleon light tank? Oh, I was not familiar with that one. I don't doubt you, though. .15, 2.12. That's good enough. This is barely going to exist. I'm definitely going to have to test print this to see if these tolerances even show up at all. They may not. This may end up being too flimsy and I have to bulk it up some. That should be all the detail required, though. Move these into the right. Oh, let's get rid of that. And get rid of that. Now we got 2 left, and let's move those into the right component. Right there. Okay, good as new. The Leopard argument stems solely from modern redesigns. The original art of the dropship is a foreshortened view of Crusher Joe's main ship. Okay. Avash, these are STLs. I've already got most of these STLs available in their raw Battletech form in multiple poses and configurations on Thingiverse. But Avash, I'm going back to these now and doing modifications so that we can have more variety available, basically. And because the amazing people in the Fang of the Sun Dougram groups have been requesting Dougram accurate sculpts of these for a little while. Ugh. Fix my damn rendering settings, good God. There, that's better. Might end up moving those closer together, or even just expanding them overall. Might not be a terrible idea. They don't actually physically have to fit within their little slots, since they don't technically exist. So let's try making that 0.2. Just a small expansion. Let's try 0.22. That's not bad. That still looks pretty good. I think that those will print better too, which really kind of matters more. Locust, Galleon, Leopard, and the Corsair. Oh, and the Corsair and Samurai Fighters. Okay. I've never seen Crusher Joe, so I can't speak to that. So much. Drip H, or is it Drift? I like Drift better than I like Drip H. That conjures up less than awesome mental images, if I'm being totally honest. So I'm gonna go with Drift. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Yeah, let me check something real quick. Where are we at? Where are we at follows-wise? Because, guys, we're so close to 1,500. We are at 1,495. 5 more follows, and we will be doing a giveaway for those Thunderhead Studio commemorative dice sets, which I'm excited about going out. There's such a nice-looking set of dice. Alright, how the fuck am I going to do this? I didn't do this originally intending to make these changes, so it's going to be interesting. Maybe I can just, because I made all these cuts parallel, maybe I can just chop it clean out using its edges. Let's try. What's the worst that can happen? Now, in theory, I should be able to take this. Which axis can I use? None of these are straight, so they don't want me to do it that way, but I could just freehand it a little bit. I set my pivot point here, it should be relatively lined up. Hey, Romeo Void, good to see you, man. And then I just go chunka, 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 chunka. That's not bad. You can still tell that that's meant to be the cockpit glass kind of sticking up a little bit there, just rolled down. I think if I... Yeah. Now it looks more like it would slide in, and I can actually lower it some more. I just want a little bit of it showing, just so that you remember that it's supposed to be there. You might actually move it out ever so slightly. Oh, that kind of doesn't work, actually. Yeah, because it wants to start pressing through since it widens towards the top. That's okay, though. That's okay. I can do a quick scale fix on that. Non-uniform scale, drop it in just a little bit. Really doesn't matter if it's precisely the same as it originally was. And then, because that's going to fuck everything all up, I'm going to go ahead and shop it right here. Physics be damned, I say. Maybe round the edges a bit. At this scale, rounding the edges can have funny effects. We assume that the glass is just very thick and blunted on the edges. Speaking of which... give it an actual thickness, shall we? There we go. Do some internal geometry on the cockpit area as well. That shouldn't be too bad. Because, like, see, at this scale, like, you have to remember how tiny this is. I can go ahead and I can do a fillet on the edges here to round it. But, I mean, like, we're talking 0.125 millimeters. And at this point, it kind of doesn't necessarily make any sense. You kind of want the harder edge there. This is something that takes some getting used to when you're doing this, WJ, when you're designing, like, because when I'm zoomed in this far, all the details are really big and chunky and wouldn't really look like right at full scale. But this is designed for 6mm scale printing. So, I mean, you know, if I were to zoom this out to the actual size it's going to be, it's like there. This is, you know, the actual size of the Mini at this point. So you kind of have to make your details bigger, chunkier, and sharper for them to show up. And I'm going to chop his head right in half so I can work on the internals. Yeah, I'll probably do the same for this, just to get it out of the way. What is that? Why is that there? I have no idea, I'm just going to ignore it. And we'll get rid of a couple of other pieces that are going to be getting in my way, like the right arm, for instance. That can go. And that should be pretty good. You know, this is something, I'm not surprised to find that out, Firestarter. This is something that I always like to explain to people, heroic scale. Warhammer kind of pioneered what we now think of as heroic scale. And it's 28, so when you're talking about millimeters in scale, generally speaking, what that means is it's that many millimeters to the eye line of the average human being in that scale, which to eye line to the top of the head, once you get below a certain point, becomes just functionally synonymous. So 6mm scale is actually really easy to sculpt in as far as just having a rule of thumb for how big things should be, because at 6mm scale, average human being, 6 feet tall, 6mm, 1mm equals 1 foot. It's really easy to infer sizes from that. It's more complex when you deal with larger scales, and once you get up to 28mm, it matters more whether you're talking to eyeline or to the top of the head. But heroic 28mm, which is what Games Workshop uses for the most part for their 40K and Sigmar ranges, enhances certain features of the human body. It makes hands larger, it makes heads larger, it tends to make feet larger, and then it makes weapons and gear that they want to focus on larger. If you were to take exactly, Greg the Salt Miner, heroic scale is wonderful for painting, and you don't realize how essential it is. If you were to make the proportions of your figures actually accurate, you're going to lose a lot. You're not going to be able to see faces as easily, hands are going to be tiny, weapons are going to seem diminutive. Heroic proportions are designed specifically with wargamers and painters in mind, and I think people... I don't want to say people don't understand, like it's some hipster fucking thing, but it's like, people, you should appreciate what heroic scale actually brings to you as a painter. Because true scale looks weird. There are some true scale games out there, and Games Workshop themselves make some true scale figures. Their Lord of the Rings figures tend to be true scale people. Their heads and hands and everything are the right proportion for their bodies. Because if you were to take an average human figure like a guardsman from 40K and blow it up to full size to an actual person, that person would look like a fucking mutant. Which you don't think about at a small scale. But that's exactly what I'm talking about here. Like, some of these details have to be bigger and chunkier than they would be at a larger scale because it's being printed so small. And I would think the same thing for Hot Wheels Firestarter. It's at such a small scale that if they don't exaggerate some proportions, they're just not going to be as fun, and you're not going to get to focus on the parts of the toy that you actually care about. All right, let me drag a pilot seat in here. Where did I save that? Is that in my Bigfoot? I swear I saved it. Where'd it go? It's in Mechs and Mods. Warhammer, Shadowhawk, Locust. Blockhead Primus are on left. Seat and console. Here we go. So we'll try to find space for this inside. You guys want to see the first thing? One of the first things I ever sculpted. Specifically for Battletech, anyway. Ooh, this is going to be a tight fit. Right there is about going to be right. Let's see. What is this dated to? Catapult CPLT K2, dated 10/3/2019. This was when I was working on Rampart Company, and I wanted to make myself a Catapult K2, and the parts didn't exist yet. This would be one of the first things I ever made. Last saved in 2019, which is a little bit after I actually made it. Nope, I have one from before that. Because the first thing I did was the Locust 1E arms, and that's dated 9/19. I haven't been doing this very long, which is probably obvious to anyone who does this regularly and is watching me. But I think these are actually the first Battletech-related pieces I ever made. Were these twin laser arms for the Locust. And it's funny I bring this up because we use these on Cloudhopper, Riot Sister's Storm Chaser Locust. Riot Sister, it is good as always to see you.
Hello there.
Damn right, 1.5 years. Damn right, 1.5 years, Riot Sister. Thank you so much. Really, 18 months. It still blows my mind a little bit. How you doing today, Riot Sister? Aren't most cockpits a tight fit, though? I mean, yeah, the Battlemaster is a unique case. So I'm just going to start chopping pieces out of this to make this fit. How much can I get away with? Right about there. That's not too bad. I can rotate that out a little bit, too. Let's make that disappear so I can access the geometry I want. Ooh. Okay, that's something to consider. I think I will shrink the size of this just a little bit. So you're not really going to be able to see past a certain point, right? Maybe more like this. And even cut that in a little bit. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's the console. I was like, what the fuck? Okay, let me fix that before I go any further, because yeah, I forgot this console was designed for the inside of the Battlemaster. And it's huge! Break that link so I can modify it. Let's go ahead and chop you according to the dimensions of the head. Oh. Yeah, there we go. That should do. And then I can bring this over. Yeah, it'll take some adjustment, but that's okay. This is a good start. Still fits decently. Alright. I'm not too worried about the particulars of a lot of this geometry because it's all going to get combined in the end. No gaps, no holes. Alright. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's just your face. Alright, sister. What? What did I do?
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
It's true. I've been there, done that. It's not pleasant. Spiffy-looking designs, even if they're very early work. Say that the PPC designs barrel end vaguely reminds me of Matt Plog's design language for PPCs. I wasn't even aware of Plog at the time, but I'm honored to be compared, even if just in a teeny tiny way. The Plog does do slightly pointier inner bits to the center of the barrel ends. Yeah, I do those specifically because I like to paint a glow on the inside of the PPC, and I need something to make glow. You know what I may do is actually move this slightly down. That's going to look better. Like, you're not going to be able to paint any of this shit. You're not even going to be able to reach it, but it will be there. Even if all you do is stick a tiny brush in there and swizzle it back and forth for a little bit of color, it will be there. Hey, what's up, Soulsworn and Orcrist Studio? Orcrist, how are you doing tonight, man? Can we please get a shout out for Orcrist, a truly talented painter and fantastic streamer. It is great to have you in here, man. Let's make this disappear again for a second so I can do a little internal modification. Probably just get rid of you as a face entirely. Oh, no, that's no good. I gotta be such a pain in my ass. There we go. Doing some house/dog sitting. I can think of way worse ways to spend my time than that. Hypnotic Mom, how are you doing tonight? Thank you so much for stopping in. It's great to see you. Alright, so I want to rotate this face on this axis. I'm not going to need to do much. Ooh, 10 degrees is already kind of pushing it. I can get away with a little bit more. 15? Well, I can get away with some more. Let's keep going. 20 degrees is surely it. Yeah, 20 degrees is pretty good. I'm going to be pushing it if I go much further than that. Now I can put some little console pieces in on the side. Again, like almost none of this is going to matter. I feel like I'm going to print this and I'll be like, oh, great, I can't see any of it. you just straight up a little bit. And then out slightly even. Like so. That should do you. Let's see what this does. It's kind of lined up. Chop it right there for starters. Chop that. Nope, not there. Not there. That is the wrong piece. There we go. Now we're cooking. Chop you off at the overall geometry of the head, remove the outer portion. And really, this doesn't need to be here. Nope, nope, that's not what I meant to do. Let's just get rid of the whole thing at that line. Nope, that's wrong again. There we go. Again, almost none of this geometry matters, so I'm just not putting too much thought into it. Bad that I kind of want to see a version of this mech that has the visor up part of the head blown off, just so we can actually... That's actually not a bad idea. I could do a version of this, like a damaged version, where like a round has taken, boom, the top of the head off, so that you can kind of see down in where the pilot sits. Because, again, as it is, it's going to be very tricky to see down in there. Alright, I'm going to split this guy in half, because I'm going to have to bring in the other half of the head here and cut it off. And it's not actually symmetrical. Go ahead and combine you with the necessary geometry here. Does it happen? In the... I remember the Prison Break episode. That actually happens in the show? I guess I don't remember that. Most of what I remember from the interior of the Blockhead's cockpit are from when the Blockheads were first deployed and that one Special Forces commander was obsessed with taking on the Dugram. And that was just because I realized there's the secondary, like, gunner's cockpit down inside the chest. Alright, well, let's mirror this and see where we wind up. What is this? Oh. Oh, I see. We can fix that a bit. There's no problem. Alright, before I mirror it, let's fix that. My angle took this corner off. It was a bit too aggressive, it seems like. But that's easily fixed. Oh, it's so small. Let's try just moving you forward. Because you're set pretty far back as it is. Does that close that up? Yes. Good. I can go ahead and put in a couple of reinforcing chamfers. Just to keep everything clean. Give it some width where necessary. Alright, now let's try that. There we go. Join these two up. Adjust this. that. Get rid of that. There. There's a little spot for a little man's in there. You can barely fucking see it. But it's there. It's tricky with this one, because there isn't much of an open cockpit on the blockhead. It's a good idea, though, and I think I'm almost certainly going to do that with at least one of these, just to show off the fact that I made this internal space at all, because as it is, yeah, you really... You're gonna have to look close to tell that it even exists. But that's okay. We're Battletech players, we're all about the fine, unnecessary detail. I'm not Games Workshop Soulsworn. I'm not completely out of my mind. What I will do, though, make a version of this that's missing its arm. In a more removed in the mech bay style than a blown off style. There's guns on the ball gag. Neat. Yeah, there was always guns on the ball gag. It's just now there's more guns on the ball gag. Why, thank you for saying so, Binary Shit. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. We've been hollowing its head out so that we can put internals, so that you can have like a little space in here where a man would sit. We just did the Bigfoot in the same style, but it is obviously much more spacious and easy to show off the internals on this giant fucking thing. Blockhead is a little trickier, since it has like a roll-down window instead of a big opening canopy. Make the head detachable so you can paint... yeah. So, there is a version of the blockhead, the toy, that has a completely detachable head, and if you make the head detachable, you have to do the second seat, because another person sits right here. Like, if you... I'd imagine you can't probably get into that seat while someone's in this seat, because you have to climb into this seat and then, like, climb down between its legs down a little hatchway. And then there's another seat right here that just operates on a sensor screen, and I think manages navigation and some of the weapon systems. Yeah, the Hasty shouldn't be bad, because I actually now... Okay, by the time I made the Hasty, I was thinking about making the cockpits openable. So the Hasty, I'm just going to have to take an object that I made and rotate the hatch up, and then I'll do a little internal void. I take everything seriously, Soulsworn. I don't have a sense of humor. Let's do a quick render. Let's see how it looks, if I can even get light to shine in there. Let's adjust our light source. That's way too dead on. Yeah, you'll be able to tell that it's open, and you could probably reach in there with a fine brush and just do a couple swipes of a bright color so you can tell where the seat's supposed to be. Yeah, Datrin, that is a bit of a challenge. I've already made, in fact, the first open head that I made was on the Dugram, and I'll show you that one in a second. And yeah, it does have multiple hatches. The whole thing can hinge up and off, or there's a little top hatch you can come out of, and the top hatch is the one that I modeled. Because having the whole head swing up is... it's a bit of a pain in the ass. I might do it. Maybe. We'll see. I'm fine with the top hatch, if I'm being honest. The top hatch is how he got in and out of Dougram most of the time anyway. The only times I can remember the whole head of Dougram being swung open was in, like, the first episode. No, not the first episode, but... because it was like 3 or 4 episodes before they even found the Dougram. Well, yes, in the first episode, in Soldier of Light. Because the busted up Dougram has the head opened completely, swung open. And then later on, when they get the Dougram, it's swung completely open. What do you think about having an option for the ball gag to slide off to one side or drop down and out to allow access to the secondary gunner seat? I mean, you'd have to put a whole weapon system on or off every single time you wanted to get down into the seat. That seems like a huge pain in the ass. Top hatch, yes, the cockpit hinges forwards. Yes. Yeah, the hinging back is an animation error because most of the time when it hinges all the way open, it hinges from the front open. It was 1981. What do you want from him? The animation faux pas in Dougram were far less egregious than some of the worst cursed frames from 1979's Mobile Suit Gundam. Oh man. Oh my god. Barkax, you absolute maniac. Coming in with a big old raid. Barkax, how are you doing, man? And dropping a sub, holy shit. Barkax, thank you so much, man. Well, thank you, Das Goomba. I hope that you stick around and like what you see as well as what you hear. Thank you so much for the follow and welcome in. Barkax, how was your stream, man? What were you working on? I'm letting this render for a minute, so don't mind me. And thank you so much for the resub, dude. Barkax is a fucking great painter. Barkax is one of those streamers on here that's like, there's a lot of us that just paint to like tabletop standards or, you know, kind of middling standards or whatever, but Barkax has serious painting talent, guys. If you haven't followed him already, you really should. Whenever the Dougram's on the transport in the mid-20s episodes, he tends to do the full open. The hatch is hard to access when prone. When standing, he almost always uses the top hat. Yeah, like, if Kryn is getting in or out of the Dougram, he's almost, like, whenever he dramatically stands up in his seat to, like, yell something out of the Dougram, he's always opening the top hatch to do it. Or when he's, like, sitting up there and the technician is hanging out with him, they always have the top hatch open. Which is probably just the one I'm going to use, because it's simpler to model. Trying to wrap up these Space Wolves Primaris Intercessors. Nice! Wins the version with a functional hinge coming. Iberben, fucking get fucked. No, we're not doing it. You have any idea how tiny the scale of these minis is? I want you to understand that this is 6mm scale, where the average human being is about 6mm tall. I'm not doing a fucking working hinge, you maniac. Also, I love you, Iberben. Thank you for being here. I hope that we get to see some of those in the Storm Report later, Barkax. I always love seeing your work, man. 2 followers away from 400? Oh my god, guys. Get over there and give Barkax a follow. I'm sure you guys can push him right over 400, and I'm telling you, you stop into his stream next time he goes on, you're gonna want to have that follow so it notifies you. You'll like it. You'll enjoy it. You'll enjoy what you're seeing. I want functional 6mm pistons, damn it! Why don't I just build mechs that work? Why don't I just do that at this point? So you're getting more posable models soon. Soon. That's what I've been working on for the trench bucket. Maybe not quite that posable, but posable. This looks pretty good, though. I like this render. Alright, let's make his detached arm. I want to put like a little collar on it. Yeah, and then I'll do like a little connection ring. Put that 0.5 in. And then 0.8, 0.6, 0.7. That'll be visible. Drop that in, 0.35. Bring this out. 0.3. And then put a little central. 0.4. Drop that in some. Don't you tease me with real mechs. Don't you tease me. God, right? The world would be so much better with mechs. No, it wouldn't be. The world would be quantifiably worse if people had access to real mechs. Let's not kid ourselves. Oh, bark axe. Make a grown man blush. Well, let's combine you here and then reinforce a little chamfer here. Not much. Oh, 0.2 is already quite a lot. Yeah, go get yourself something to eat, Barkax. For the love of God, you've been streaming, man. There's a walking 2-scale Gundam in Japan. Now, I hate to be that guy, Das Goomba, but I am that guy. It doesn't walk under its own power. It's much more like a marionette or like a puppet than it is an actual, yeah, walking in quotes. Don't get me wrong, I love it. I think it's fucking cool. I've seen the pictures, I've seen the videos, but it's much more like a big mechanical puppet. It's supported elsewhere than on its legs. Its legs move as if it's walking, and it shifts itself forward a little bit, and it's very cool, but if Japan had figured out how to make actual walking robots, I promise you the news would have been, well, they would have paid more attention. Because that'd be pretty amazing. Oh, I agree. Like, what it is already an achievement of engineering, and it's really fucking cool. If I insist on making a full functional 6 mil... No, I haven't promised anything. This wasn't even my idea. It was somebody else's idea. Now I'm just being railroaded into it. And I, for one, resent it. Alright, let's make a couple disconnected cables here. Give that a little chop there. Shrink this down a little bit. And put it into position. Rotate it on its actual axis, if you please. Oh, not that one. Not that. Oh, damn you. Like so. That's a decent position for it. To come out at least that far, though. Which I'll probably just close the gap up here instead of lengthening the cable itself, because that doesn't need to be terribly deep. Make a copy. Give it a quick rotation in the other direction. Move it back to about right here. That makes sense, right? A mech's arm would only have 2 giant cables running through it and not a whole series of bundles of much smaller cables. Sure, why the fuck not? Episode 40, we're on the 2-minute mark. It slides up, son of a bitch! Well, I can change that. Why'd you have to go and do that, Datron Voltari? Why did you have to go and prove that my memory was mistaken? How dare you? Well, I can fix that with a little bit of effort. I modified this one so extensively. I'll have to pull in one from another version of the file and then modify it, but... crap. Well, I'm going to leave it this way for now, and I'll change that a little bit later. Let's change my materials around a little bit here, take a peek at the arm, and then move on. How much cranking do you have to do to retract the window? I'll tell you, when the power is out, it is a real pain in the ass. So this will be one of the two mech bay. I figure each one will have like a complete mech bay option where it's just standing there with its arms at its sides, and then a repair mech bay option where it's missing at least one component. This will be the repair version of the Wolverine. I'll have it with its laser ball gag instead of its machine ball gag, or machine gun ball gag. This will just be for the Dougram fanboys. I mean, you're probably right, Datron, but that makes it no less real. Obseed, we are the Obseed. Tremble before our nerdy anal retentiveness. Oh, it's pretty good. Should be at least 3 tubes, 2 for wires, 1 for hydraulics. I assume that one's been removed temporarily. Because if I make them any smaller, Valfera, they won't print at all. It's, I mean, in reality, there'd be a great deal more than this. We assume that the smaller ones are just not visible at this scale, and since you asked for it to square, here you go, man. Just for you. Did that stutter for anybody else, or was that just on my end because I'm rendering? I hope it just stuttered for me, even though that wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, I thought it might have. Okay. It's because I'm simultaneously rendering and streaming. Yeah. I'm asking my PC to do quite a lot at the moment. Either way, I'm pretty happy with this. Would everyone in chat please type the word stuttered? Every single person. We're doing a head count. We'll try again. There it is. There it is. Yeah, but you already did it. You already did it, Greg. You're a part of this whether you like it or not. Okay, I'm pretty happy with this. I will have to change the glass later, but, oh, no, don't save that as prime. Whoopsies, that was almost a mistake. I mean, I could have gone back a version, it wouldn't have really been an issue, but it would have been a slight pain in the ass. There we go. I don't trust you though, Greg. Need to make more money so I can pay you to work on my mecha designs for the game I'm writing. I am so fucking okay with this, it's kind of ridiculous. Just this whole concept. One other thing I'll do for the Dugram Accurate version of this is I'm going to change the shoulder pads, because these little things were added for the sake of Battletech, just to give it a bit more extra visual interest. These are not... Am I crazy? These aren't present on the... Maybe I'm high. Hang on. No, yeah, these aren't present on the original blockhead. I added these just to give it some more texture. Yeah, that's where they store their chocolate bars, Riot Sister. You don't want to go into battle and be in the middle of a war against a bunch of fucking Deloyer separatists and realize that you forgot your chocolate bars. So obviously you take what would be approximately 4 foot by 1 foot, 4 foot by 1 foot chocolate bars, and you strap them to the shoulders of your Battlemech. This makes perfect sense. Alright, that is now actually saved. Let's pull up the round face. This is going to be a nightmare. This is the first one that I made, and it is rough. Let's see what even components this is divided into. Jesus, how did I make these shapes? Let's start it off simple. Set my pivot right there. Anti-infantry chocolate. Cop them on people at your feet and they're crushed to death. I feel like there are more efficient ways to do this. Oh, this is going to be interesting. How far up, I guess, is the question. Might as well take it pretty far back. It's not like it matters. Gonna have to hollow this thing out. It's gonna be a huge pain in the ass. It clips into some of the geometry, but it's not like it really matters. It doesn't have to function mechanically. It just has to get the hell out of the way. Oof, okay. How am I gonna hollow this with the weird ass shape that I've got here? I've got some ideas. Let's work on it. I'm downright ashamed of the internal geometry on this one. This was the first mech that I made. I had no fucking clue what I was doing. Let's try and close this up. Well, it doesn't want to go past a certain point, but that's okay. I just want to go to 1.3. That's fine. We can do 1.3. Give you a quick 1.3, even it up. And I see why. It's because it has that curve at the back of it, but that's okay. I can address this by itself. I'll make most of the rest of this disappear while I work on this part. Jesus, the head's even divided in half. What was I thinking? God. I hope you guys enjoy watching this, because this is me grappling with some of my own poor design decisions before I really knew what I was doing. This file is divided into some crazy fucking pieces. Yeah, that's gonna be what I wind up doing for Gadarung, is essentially making a copy and chopping it out of itself. Like, why are these separate pieces? There's no reason for this to be true. So I guess part of what we're doing is fixing my old work. I need to fix this, though. Ooh, nope, that's not the answer. Doesn't want to push-pull together, but I need to get rid of it. Maybe I can just move the inside faces out. When you're working with lots of curves, you kind of have to deal with the fact that Fusion 360 can be a little idiosyncratic. Okay, that was a step in the right direction. Looks like 0.4 will get us there. No, 0.4, not negative 0.4. Why are you even trying to select values without me giving them to you? What's wrong with you? There we go. It's all one piece. That's good. So, let's select you. Make a copy. Okay. Scale one of these copies using a reference point back. It's not a bad one. It's an okay one. Let's make this a uniform scaling. Take you down to 0.8. 80% reduction. Hey, how you doing, Ignis? There are some things that Fusion does really, really well, some things that it doesn't do well. And if I had made this file the first time in ZBrush, this process would be easier, but I didn't, so I'm just kind of grappling with what Fusion has to offer. I have a different idea. Let's try this. Let's blast this thing into two pieces, hollow out one half of it, and then mirror it. That's a much better idea, I think. SP Firestarter. Somebody ban SP Firestarter. How dare you hold me accountable for the things that I say? Alright, if I could generate a decent path, I could just rotate that straight out. Well, let's try this. Let's just do the simplest thing that we can possibly think of here. Nice and easy.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
It's true, you do. Guys, always thin your paints. Let's just extend you backward. And down to here. And then the same here. Get rid of these. And let's just try a quick, simple revolve. Right? Okay, so that's a little bit too much because that's gonna hack out the side of it there. It's close though. It's very close. So if I just bring that in like so. Now let's try a simple rotate. Revolve, rather. That I can maybe work with. That's not bad. Huh? Huh? That's close enough, right? Again, had I known that I was going to be doing this back when I made this fucking thing, I would have done a lot of stuff differently. But I didn't, so here we are. Let's bring back in some of our other pieces so we can have a look at this. It's not bad. I think I might actually lift it a little bit. I Are these one body, or did it do something stupid? It is. Okay, that's one body. Excellent. I'm just gonna clip it right into the mohawk, because who cares, honestly? You'd barely even be able to notice it at this scale. And that'll give a much more open view of the actual cockpit area. Oh, thank you, Ignis. Let's see what we got here. How to draw mechs and everything else, basically. I'll save that in the tab. I'll check that out. Thank you very much, man. And Project Dark Fox, thank you for the confirmation on that. Alright, let's divide this in half again so I can position and hollow it. I'm going to do almost exactly the same thing we did the other with the blockhead, where I'm going to take my pre-constructed seat and console. Position this inside the head. That's probably going to be good right there. That's very kind of you, Ignis. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Let's get rid of this for a moment, just so it's not cluttering up our view. Let's go ahead and hack a little meat out of the round facer. Think like that. The removal of the cockpit already does so much for that. Ooh, I failed to realize those aren't the same body. That's okay. Doesn't matter, I'll just make it an enclosed shape. Let's bring this out. We can have a little bit more lateral room inside this guy just because the round facer's head is so wide. Yeah, that'll do. Combine these into one piece so they're more easy to manipulate. If I post links, PDF will go check. No, don't. Guys, please don't abuse the mods. For the love of God. They're here. They're voluntary. Why is that? Body 1. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Body 1 is odd. The whole way I built this head is strange, if I'm being honest. Let's fix it a little bit. Again, I had no idea what I was doing at the time. That is already better. And honestly, let's go ahead and just make these the same body. There's no reason for them not to be, and that way I can chop this off here and then duplicate it. Oh my god, I had... Whoopsies. Do not capture design history. Please stop that. Yeah, no wonder you're acting funny. That's better. Oh my god. Ta, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers, my friend. Let's bring that back in. And let's just give ourselves a little bit of leg room. That's not bad. Gonna go eat some spaghetti. You keep saying this word spa. It's like you're trying to say one word but not quite finishing. Are you trying to say spaghetti? Are you trying to take me for a spaghetti day?
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
Wasn't this your first complex curve? Yes, Vergatarung. This was the first time I even tried making curve geometry, which you can see in the top of the chest and then overall in the head here. And it worked out pretty well. I think it's a good-looking model. Alright, now let's adjust this face. Based on... Nope, not that face. This face. Based on that axis there, which is already selected. Let's just tilt you out. Ooh, that gets aggressive fast. It gets real aggressive real fast. Ignis Raptorum, dropping that follow, man. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, man. And thank you so much for the resources. Welcome in. Welcome to the stream. What about angled the other way? It's an interesting idea. You mean like this? Could feasibly do that. And then the console's going to cover a lot of this up, but I could just put an easy fillet on here to kind of ease that transition. Vertically. Let's have a look at what this actually looks like before we go doing anything too nuts. I don't want to bring any of that back yet. Where'd this go? There, okay, that's that. And there's the seat in the console, which I'll have to modify again. Let's go ahead and mirror our main piece here and get a feel for what we've done. It's not looking too bad, really. I think I might come in here. And it just looks a little odd being boxed off the way it is. I think a couple of curves, even just like that. And see, then what I can do is I can add some more details into, because it has like these big blank spaces, I can put like some little pipes and stuff in here. I think that'll work. As far as the seat and console goes, though, I think that fits in nicely. Ignis, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you so much for the follow, dude, and you know, just thanks for being here. Ignis, you have a great day, and I hope to see you again soon. We do 3D sculpting just about every Thursday, and the rest of the time we're painting and working on lots of robots, man. So I hope to see you again. Needs a mini bar or mini fridge. You can't see it, the detail would be too small, but that's right down here, Project Dark Fox. Right, just right in there. Let's bring its arms back in. I want to get a feel for the whole thing. And then we'll do micro adjustments. Might end up doing a little detailing on the inside of the cockpit glass, just because you can see so much of it on this one. The other ones, you can't really see it, so it doesn't matter. But even compared to the Battlemaster, you can see so much of the inside of the cockpit canopy itself. Oh, the missile pod. Yeah, good point. should be under shoulder weapons. Drop that LRM-5 in there. Actually, I guess I could do the LRM-10. That's going to be the basic one. Looks better from this angle anyway. Yeah, I like the look of that, huh? I might drop the console down just a little bit. In fact, let's take a look at what that's going to look like. It doesn't need to be as high as it is. And that'll let you see the seat a little bit better too. Half a millimeter, not much. Again, having to remember these tolerances are super tight. Actually, I might lower both of them just a little. Not a whole lot. Yeah, I think both is better. It was looking just a little crowded. What's up, Pethrier? How you doing, man? It works. You can tell how big things are supposed to be. It looks like a person could feasibly sit in there. I'll just add some details. Fix up the bottom of the head a little bit. Make a couple of fixes I should have done the first time I made the damn model. Back to school night was long, and now I want a shower beer. Shower beer. That's a hell of a way to relax, let me tell you. Guys, 2 follows. 2 more follows, and it'll be time for our Thunderhead Studio commemorative dice giveaway. Something I'm excited to get to. It's such a nice set of dice. It's such a nice set of dice, and it's perfectly timed, because I just hit 1K on Instagram, so it'll be a combination 1K Instagram, 1500 Twitch giveaway. Well, I think you know what that means, Rio. Obviously, now you have to illustrate what a shower bear is. So get your fucking post-it notes out and get to work. I like this. I'll tell you, this makes me think I should do some versions of this with little 6mm men, like, standing on the shoulder, like, you know, like a little dude with some binoculars, like, standing, like, right here. So what I'm thinking for these two, I've shown you guys the slightly damaged versions. I want there to be these ones that are standing up, you know, for the mech bay. I want them standing up and, like, missing an arm so that they're being repaired. And then the other version I want to have with the cockpit open is in the field. So I'm thinking, like, each mech kind of kneeling, like, down on one knee and kind of leaning forward and maybe balancing on its fists on the ground with its cockpit open. So it looks like somebody could then climb out and get down to the ground. Yeah, that's true. And actually, if I got it wrong, if you did kneeling and being repaired, what you could then do is break the arm off and have it as a separate printable piece. So it could be kneeling, and then with the disconnected arm, and then you could have the arm on the ground in front of it as if it's being worked on. That would actually make some pretty cool terrain. Jesus. Look at the elbows on this thing. I just combined 2 circles. It's... oh, what was I thinking? Ooh. Maybe I should fix that. That's a whole extra update. I don't know, I'll think about that. I didn't know how to make elbows at the time. I was just like, fuck it, whatever. They work. They work well enough. You barely notice them as it is, but it is a bit rough. It's ruined forever. Oh, God. Oh, no. Goth Sonica, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. How does it rotate? Vergatorung, you want to see? You want to see how it rotates? I'll show you this fucking madness. I will share my shame. Let's pull up one of my posed versions. That's what I had to say.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
And more, and more, and more. It's hideous. I improved this for all of the later models, but at the time I was like, just whatever, just jam them together and nobody will notice. And to my credit, very few people have noticed or cared how ugly these elbows are. They're just kind of overlapping, is all. After this, I started putting cylinders on the forearms that then connected in here so that you could rotate and shift them around, and it is decidedly better. But yeah, this is just kind of two cylinders jammed together. It's real ugly. I'd never made a mech before. I don't know what the fuck I was doing. But maybe I should rebuild that as part of this. I don't know. I already improved the pose when I did the, when I updated it with the Dougram accurate weaponry, which you can see here. I added on the side handle, and then it was much easier to do, I discovered. With the way the geometry is, it was much, much easier to get the hand wrapped around a extendable handle than it was to just extend it all the way over to the other arm like I did the first time. I'm probably not even going to bother updating the elbows, because honestly, this is one of those where it's like, if I had a bunch of people going, oh, the elbows are so ugly, why'd you do it this way, the later ones are better, I'd update it, but as far as I can tell, nobody's noticed. So, fuck it. There's a reason for that Wombat combat. They were literally designed by the same person within 3 years of one another. The Zaku was designed... Both of these were designed by Kunio Okawara, who was an artist and designer, obviously working in Japan in the late 70s, early 80s. He would have designed the Zaku shortly before 1979, and around the same time he was doing more sketches. They released Dougram in 1981. Yeah, same guy, both mechs. So a very, very good reason. They share DNA. I'm not even reading that, WJ. You can't get in my head. Or whole rocket fists. Yes! Yes, remote control flying fists, you guys. Now we're on to something. But yeah, this is the original weapon from Dougram that the round facer would have had. I think I'll probably just leave the elbows. I just don't care enough. I've just given up. Alright. Let me save this. And just real quick, let's take a look at all of our work together here. That has been saved. Excellent. So this is... Okay, this is the open cockpit that I've already done for Dougram. Hang on a second. Fusion has decided... Are you gonna eat yourself alive? You're just gonna fucking explode on me? It looks like that's what you want to do right now. Fusion can be a little unstable sometimes. Come on. Come on. Come on. I believe in you, Fusion. It is Firestarter, but I don't want to be defeated by Fusion. There we go. It just had to catch up. Yes, this is the open cockpit that I did originally for the Dougram, for the Shadowhawk. And this is the one that I'm just going to go ahead and stick onto the regular Shadowhawk for its open pose. And you can see I originally built the console and the seat to fit inside here, and then I've just kind of cut them out and used them for all the other ones. I agree, this is a good pose. For those of you who may not know, this pose is... This was not my idea. This is in the show Fang of the Sun Dougram, where this mech originates from. The first time you see the Dougram, this mech, it is in this position in the middle of the desert. And then the entire show is a flashback to essentially how it wound up there. And yeah, it's a fucking great pose. I love this. Also, this pose is a testament to the fact that two-dimensional artists are fucking cheaters. Particularly when they're doing mecha. You realize very quickly, this pose is fucking impossible. There's no way this mech could possibly sit this way with the way that it's built. You have to just completely fudge the internal geometry for any of this to work. You know, I've noticed that too, Greg, and it's something that when I am doing posing, I put some thought into. Like, yeah, the way your fingers tend to... They hang at different angles. They don't just hang together. And, like, kind of, yeah, how his ring finger and his pinky is kind of off to the side there. It gives it a little bit more realism. And I did opt for the opening the top hatch instead of hinging the entire cockpit open. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to bring this guy in. When I'm posing humanoid figures, it's ridiculous. Like, there should be... I should record it sometime, because literally what I do is I stand up in my office and I start just, like, striking poses. Like, wah, 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 wah! I'm like, okay, let's do the action pose real quick, and then I stop in that pose and I think about it, and I'm like, alright, where am I? What are my hands doing? What am I doing with my hips? You know? Some people take little figures and pose them to do that, but I like posing too much. So, you know. Yeah, I'll want to add a little bit of internal detail, maybe some hydraulic supports to this guy before I'm done with him. Pull the blockhead in. And then the only one left I'm gonna have to do... Well, I've got to do the Thunderbolt. And then the... I'll probably go ahead and do one for the... What's it called? Why am I forgetting the name of the other mech? Can't remember now. The other guy, though. The mech whose name I'm completely forgetting. The Bushman, thank you so much, Datron Voltari. Need a mech that can pull off some JoJo poses. We could do some pretty ridiculous ones with these. Alright, but this is what we've got done today. God, it's amazing how spacious the Battlemaster cockpit. No, not the Nikolaev. Vergaderong, how dare you say that name? Okay, Sumatha, that Dougram, the one you're talking about, and I know which one it is not strictly accurate to the original animation. Its joints have been significantly redesigned to allow for that. Like, with the way that its torso is constructed, it physically cannot crunch that much to get into that position in its original design. I love how open the Bigfoot cockpit is, though. Look at that. That's fucking awesome. I'll add some more details to make the round facer one look a little bit better, but just look how fucking huge it is. It really helps sell the scale when you can see, like, oh, 2 whole people fit inside of that with extra space. These are going to be fun to print. I should be able to get the Battlemaster and the Blockhead at least on the test print plate tonight. Speaking of which. Ooh! Goody, my Mars 2 finished. At the same time, there's obviously a misprinted sheet of resin hanging off of the plate. That doesn't bode well. It looks like the piece printed, it just has like one extra slip of resin that for whatever reason cured? I'm not sure why. I'll have to take a closer look at that in a minute. The pieces seem like they came out fine though, Vergaderung. I think it's just a little extra frippery. Yeah. Little extra. Haven't turned on your DLP printer in about 4 months. I'm glad that I've gotten as much printing out of my printers as I have, because I could just leave them alone for like 6 months and they've already paid for themselves so many times over. So many times over. It is amazing to me how much bigger the Bigfoot, the Battlemaster, is than these little guys. Like, it's right. The scale is, I think, spot on for how big it's supposed to be. But... so what I need to do also are some combat poses, like mechs that are clearly defunct, but they died killing one another, you know, like locked in combat. And, I definitely want to do one where the Battlemaster has just had its face punched in. Somebody has just got one fist in there and collapsed its cockpit in on itself. I think that could look pretty cool. I could probably do that with the Thunderbolt. The Thunderbolt's large enough to actually reach up there and hit it. Like, these guys would be hard-pressed to even get their arms up that high. But the Thunderbolt has big, lanky fucking ape arms on it. And I mean, I'm not going to do it right now, but let's just take a look real quick, and then we're going to go do the Storm Report. Open up my Thunderbolt Hasty. Open up Thunderbolt Prime here. I'd be down for some Orcs Must Die, Verg. No, I can't, Vergaderung, I'm sorry. I'm gonna be, because after this stream, I'm gonna be watching the Suicide Squad, and after that, it's gonna have to be bedtime. But I can play tomorrow. If I don't make it, I'm trying to get my sleep schedule under control so hard right now. But yeah, this one's gonna be fucking easy, because this is like, I barely have to put any detail in here at all. I don't think I have an actual gap for it, but like, yeah, I don't. Watch this. Watch this, you guys. Okay, we did the Thunderbolt. We're all done. I'll probably go ahead and actually, like, I want to hollow it out a little bit more, and I want to go ahead and stuff a seat in here, but you'll only be able to see the headrest pretty much. Because, I mean, the pilot sits all the way, like, the pilot's head is oriented right about here. Because he kind of looks down at an angle, slightly down at an angle through the cockpit glass. But pretty easy to do on this particular neck. That's not going to be a big deal at all. All right. Let's go ahead and see what people have been posting in the storm report. What do you say? That sound like a plan? I hope it sounds like a plan because it's my plan.
All right, locusts and gentlemechs.
It does kind of look like a
feast
toilet.
Your eyes on glowed paint and wet pallets with the occasional culinary atrocity.
It looks a little bit like a toilet.
Tonight's storm report, brought to you by viewers like you.
I'm gonna have to see what I can do to make it look slightly less like a toilet. No, my button was supposed to do the thing, but it didn't do the thing, you guys. Heretical. Let me real quick close down Fusion so that it's not eating up resources. Stop trying to dock with OBS. I want you popped out. Thank you. Alright, close that. That's saved. Close that. That doesn't need to be saved. Do not save it. Thank you very much. Bigfoot. Close that. I got my Warjack files open. Hang on, let me make sure I don't need to save those. Yeah, I'm just ensuring that I don't need to save any of these things. No, that's good. Okay. Save that. Empyrean Warjack weapons, which are a huge pain in the ass. It's already been saved, though. Okay, close down. No, my imagination is ruined, WJ. If it looks even a little bit like a toilet, I have to treat it as an absolute certainty that it is, in fact, a toilet. Come on, Fusion. I know you're capable of closing. I've seen you do it before, sometimes without me even asking you to. There we go. That's all better. All right, let me grab a drink real quick so I don't have to be sober for any of this. I'll see you in just a second. Well, assuming that this button works. Which it doesn't. It doesn't do shit. Apparently I need to address this on my stream deck. So I'm going to go ahead and click this button and this'll work. There we go. That's better. Ah, cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. Hooky dokey, let's kick this thing off. Up first we have from Mafik. I don't have nothing to show for this report, so have a meme of a cursed American heavy tank in World of Tanks Blitz. Oh. Oh. That is a weird one. I am not even remotely familiar with this as an actual real-world design. Is this a real tank? Someone make this? Crocodile Bay, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Wait, is that it? Crocodile Blitz! Crocodile Blitz. I was thinking Blitz and I saw Crocodile Bay, congratulations. You are our 1,500th follower. Crocodile Bay, you put us right at 1,500. Thank you so much for the follow, and that is going to trigger a giveaway. We're not going to do it right now. We're not going to do it right now, but we have these really fucking awesome Thunderhead Studio dice that we're going to go ahead and get a giveaway going for. We should be able to do next stream. We should be able to do it on Sunday. I think that's ideally timed. I'll have at least 30 sets of them to give away, so we're gonna be pretty much just tossing them right out there. Crocodile Bay, please make sure you come back on Sunday if you want to go ahead and win a pair of those dice. We're not ruling anybody out. If you're here, man, you can win them. I mean, you gotta be like, a follower. Okay, fine. And we're gonna have a certain number of them that are reserved for subscribers to make sure that we get some out there. But they're really, really good looking. It's just a pair of D6s with the Thunderhead Studio logo in the place of the 6. If you're curious what they look like, you can. I should have a picture of them up. I'm sorry, I don't. You should be able to. Actually, you know what? I can just pull it up. What am I saying? Hang on. Give me just a second. Might as well, since we're going to be giving them out. It would be the dice on the left there. That translucent purple with the white ink. We'll be giving away pairs of these this Sunday. They really look awesome when you get some light on them. And here, I got a better picture. Let's fix it. Of course, the question is, where did I save it? I won't be able to think of that, apparently. Damn it. Well, okay. If you go onto the Discord and go into THS products, you will see. I have them on my desk, but like showing them to you on this camera just won't work. Just will not work. Shock 21. Either way, there are some better pictures of it up on the Discord. So if you are interested in taking part in the giveaway and you're wondering what is going to be given away, go check out the Discord. You can find it by hitting !Discord right there in chat, or by going to the little Discord button down below the stream, and pop over into the THS merchandise channel, and there will be some fairly recent pictures that we took of when the set actually came in. Prototype design that never got built. I think it was supposed to be a nuclear-powered tank. That seems difficult to pull off with a hull that small, particularly then. You know what, Datron? We'll probably spread it out. We'll do a couple of giveaways over the course of the week. I got plenty to give away. We'll do like 10 per stream or something like that, so don't even worry about it, man. This is a bizarre fucking tank. Like, I've never seen anything even remotely like this, and no wonder it has a frustrating hull to deal with. What goes in the back of the turret, like back here? Why is it so lopsided? That's insane. It was made by a company called Yo. This tank's so cursed to look at whenever you encounter them. Yeah, cursed is a good word for it. Has a special mechanism called emergency tracks, which is that it can reverse with the tracks broken. Is that like a real thing? I mean, that seems like a good idea. If your tracks are busted, you still have the ability to at least reverse out of wherever you are, but is that like an actual mechanism that was on the tank? That's interesting. Oh, Kursala, thank you so much for that. Yeah, there's a pretty good picture of the dice right there. Oh, they're so pretty. They're like forbidden candy. Old enough I have to choose between winning free stuff and bouncing my niece on my knee. Family wins every time. Every time it does. I would assume that it would, Datron. I would hope that it would, frankly. Alright, let's keep going. Here we have from Squared. Oh, no. This is stupid. Oh. Yeah, I know, Rio. It's cropped. It's I think this would actually be harvested, but that wouldn't work with the joke. So, Italian mofo. It is, interestingly enough. Yeah, Mafik likes to share with us not just his amazing art, but some details as he works his way through World of Tanks, and occasionally some truly bizarre tanks. Including this one, which I'm not familiar with the company, I'm not familiar with the Are those machine guns sticking out of the sides? Are those machine guns? Can someone tell me this? Here and here, are those machine guns, or what am I looking at? They look like them. But that's insane, why would you do that? Is the intent to present your side to the enemy? Wouldn't be, like, even in a design like this, your armor is much better from the front. What is the purpose of point? I mean, I guess, yeah. Like, it's not a main weapon, so it's not like an axial machine gun. It's not intended for aggression. I guess just defensive. Like, if you're in a position where infantry are able to flank you, I guess you can shoot at them with the side-mounted. This is insane. I really feel this just kind of blows my mind, because it's not like I don't have an interest in, okay, so your primary offensive machine gun is going to be up here on the cupola, that's fine. But this is something else. This is intense. That's the autoloader mechanism. Okay. So there's a huge autoloader mechanism back here, and then some poor asshole sits on top of that? Getting down into it, like, okay. Is there a secondary hatchway to get into the primary body of the tank, or do you crawl in the top hatch, down past the autoloader, and into the main body? On the back? Oh, I guess that would make sense. Yeah, maybe a hatch on the back. I can't imagine, with the way that this turret is built, that you could climb down past the autoloader. This would seem to have to be like a completely separate armored compartment. Often tactical doctrine wasn't even to defend yourself with them, it was to spray the tank next to you with machine gun fire to sweep it clear of infantry. That actually makes sense. Yeah, if they were designed to function in little groups. Like, hey, you got guys on you, hang on, let me just... There you go. You're all set. Yeah, it would seem like they'd have to be separate based on the way, because it has this rotational pivot point right here. And then it looks like, yeah, because like you couldn't get through there at all. You couldn't possibly move a person through there. So some poor son of a bitch is positioned in here, I guess, monitoring the autoloader and manning the top machine gun. And he is basically totally separated from the driver and presumably also side gunner. This is bonkers. Profile reminds me of the UNSC Scorpion from Halo, except I don't like it. It does kind of look like the Scorpion from the side, doesn't it? Yeah, I can see that. At least it's not the previous design who put the engine inside the turret. That's just... that you're making that up. You're making that up, Mafik. That's too stupid to be a thing. Or maybe it's just stupid enough. I don't know. I don't know anything anymore after seeing this fucking tank. Mafik, thank you for expanding my world a little bit today. Here we have from T-Square. Luke, stop whining. I lost more than a hand. Join me, and I'll take you to the second-hand store. I hate my life. Well, to be fair, Italian Mofo, I wouldn't say that I exactly review World of Tanks Blitz. It's more that Mafik shares World of Tanks with us, and I occasionally scoff and express disbelief at some of the insane shit, some of the insane designs that have made it into World of Tanks, but not into reality. Lots of prototype designs. Which, that's you know, fertile ground for a game, certainly. Hey, Carrie Michael Cosby, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're at 1,501, boys. We're official. 49 more follows and my thing will take up to 1,600, and then I'll be a real streamer. Carrie, thank you so much for the follow. This is terrible, and I'm moving on from it. I know, what is it? What is it with you people today? Kursala has done a doodle. I will not apologize for this wonderful piece of... should I click on it? If it was bad, they wouldn't have allowed it, right? Paint me like one of your French mechs. Oh no. There's a short YouTube video on the design theories behind the Yo tanks. Datrin, if you know where that video is, I would genuinely like you to post that to the Discord. I am curious. And yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Lots of innovation, but no practicality. If they were designing tanks for the Second World War, a lot of what we now know of practicality in armored combat, in like, you know, maneuver warfare, we wouldn't have known it yet. So it makes sense that there would have been some companies that are just like, I don't know, just throw shit at the wall, come up with lots of wacky concepts, we don't know what's gonna work. And we didn't at the time. We learned a lot from German tanks at the time. Of course, they were making it up too. A lot of their designs barely fucking functioned. Now, you wouldn't know that based on the propaganda that A&E and the History Channel pushed for like 15 fucking years. But as it turns out, a lot of those German tanks were death traps. It was planned around the 50s and 60s. Okay, so it was post-World War II. But it just never went into full production. So it was a very conceptual period based on a lot of knowledge, but not a lot of pressure. Which is an interesting time for military development. When you're not, like, it's not like, we need a tank right now. It's like, we need a tank, you've got some time to work on it. You can sort of concept and do wacky stuff. Turns out that armored boxes make good death traps, particularly when you fill them with leaky-ass diesel engines. Yeah, definitely. I am, yeah, Kursala, yeah. Okay, sure. Let's go with that. Here we have from Cyber Knight Magnatorius Maximus, our very own Metalcore collectibles. And by the way, could somebody go ahead and hit ! Metalcore in chat, just so you find people have a link to this guy's sight, because if you do 6mm wargaming at all, if you're into little tanks, little mechs, little dudes, little armored suits, you need to go check out Metal Core Collectibles. He makes some of the most posable, multi-part, magnetizable, customizable mechs and tanks you've ever seen in your life. Really amazing stuff. Incredible quality in his kits. I own a bunch of them. Excuse me. Oh, diaphragm's acting up. Getting weird. For Throwback Thursday number 3, which I've been thoroughly enjoying these, not going as far back this time, but still doing something a little bit different, presenting the Tarantula Think Tank from 2013. Now, obviously this is Lego and not a 3D model, but I'm sure the keen-eyed among you will note that it is very much something I've designed. If you've ever seen anything Ghost in the Shell, yeah, I do recognize the tank. Recognize the general layout of the Tarantula: legs with wheels, manipulator arms, dome-like sensor pods. Meant to put the tank into Think Tank, the Tarantula mounts numerous weapon systems. Its primary weapon is a large-caliber Gatling cannon that deploys from the tip of the Tarantula's abdomen and is supported by 2 banks of 20 micro-missiles. Secondary armaments include a machine gun mounted on each manipulator arm and a snub-nosed 60mm cannon, capable of loading a selection of special munitions. I never got the chance to build this one with real bricks, so no idea if the joints would have been strong enough to hold it up, but I think it would have been. I like how the wheels have been mounted kind of on the inside, so it's like you could angle them out and then scoot around on them. I always liked the design of the tank from Ghost in the Shell. I think a lot of people did. It's a very popular design. Oh, look, with the little skeleton and everything. Lego concepting software. What has the world come to? Oh yeah, here's its ass opens up and it's got the micro missiles and then the cannon mounted back there. That's pretty neat. Yeah, the opening cockpit is a nice touch. Usually that would just be a hand wave, but it looks like you actually put it on there, man. Was it Standalone Complex that had the big MBT version of that tank? Was there a bigger one? I remember this one. I remember this one from Standalone Complex. The one in the first movie was bigger than this one, as I remember. And it didn't have the wheelie feet. It just had big, chonky grabber feet. And then in place of the manipulator arms, it had, I think, a pair of large caliber Vulcans right up in front of itself. Italian Mofo, thank you very, very much for the follow. Man, if you're into tanks and mechs, I can promise you we get some good conversations going here sometimes. Absolute pleasure to have you, man. Much bigger. There's a monster version of it in an early episode of Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex that went rogue. Are we talking about, what are you saying, Sumitha? Are you saying that the tank in the first Ghost in the Shell movie was bigger? Because that one was fucking huge. And it was much blockier than this design. This design is much more rounded. The one in Ghost in the Shell was, it had lots of like lateral curves, but a lot of its surfaces were flat and just lightly chamfered off. That was the one that the Major ripped herself apart trying to pull the tank hatch off of. But the one combat model when that's a Standalone Complex was considerably bigger than, okay. I haven't really watched a lot of Standalone Complex. I don't know, I started to watch it once and it just kind of, I don't know how to describe it. It just didn't grab me. It's been on so long, I feel like it's one of those where I should watch it. I just don't, for the most part. Well, nice work either way, Cyber Knight. Here we have from Wombat Combat, the first of my merry band of orc pirates that are being printed. No one ever told me how good this would feel. That's because we lack the words, Wombat Combat. We lack the words to adequately describe... Oh, shit. I hadn't seen that one, Verg. Yeah, I like this. It's blockier. I like the way that its joints are designed. And yeah, it has the big ass turret on it, whereas the one in the movie just had the big nasty Vulcans mounted up front. Very cool. But yeah, I don't have the vocabulary to adequately articulate how amazing 3D printing really is, Wombat Combat Prime, so I'm just glad that you're figuring it out for yourself at this point. No one can be told how the printing feels. You have to experience it for yourself. You're right, Vergaderung, it was six-legged. It's been a long time since I've watched that movie, for that matter. And I'm not talking about the ScarJo one. I mean the animated one. I think I watched the ScarJo one like one time. Was the tank in that movie? I don't remember. I don't remember a lot of that movie. Like, I know I watched it, but it just kind of like right out of my brain. I assume it probably was, but it didn't. The fact that I can't picture it in the movie doesn't bode well for the quality of that scene. There's some nice looking boys. I like just how thick their choppas are towards the mounted end, and then how much they narrow down, and they got like that nasty beard on them. These are some pretty cool figures. I'd be interested in knowing where you got these ones, Wombat. Nice print job. I'm glad you're enjoying your printer. The Mars 2 is a fantastic machine. I myself love it. I'll probably be swapping my Mars 1 for a Mars 3 before long, so I'll have the 2 and the 3 going. Was the live action one any good? I mean, I don't feel like it was bad. It was just kind of like, Like, I don't see a reason to watch the live action one, or even a reason for the live action one to exist when the animated one does, and it's just fine, you know? I don't feel like again, I watched it, I don't remember a lot of it, you know, insofar as I don't remember how it differed from the animated one, if it did significantly. None of the images really jump out at me. When I think of the scenes in Ghost of the Shell, I always think of the one from the animated version. So whatever. But the CGI being good and the storytelling being bad, that's probably accurate. Again, I don't feel like it was bad, but it also wasn't terribly memorable. If you can get it for free and you're bored or something like that, I mean, go ahead and throw it on. It got a lot of accusations of whitewashing, but I was just like... in a story that is fundamentally about disconnecting who you are from your physical form, I can't bring myself to give a shit about the ethnicity of the artificially constructed body that the main character inhabits, if that makes any sense. Like, I'm not saying that casting ScarJo was a great idea, I'm just saying, like, I don't care. Like, the whole story is about the fact that you can be... that this meat suit doesn't matter. And moving on from it. It's a transhumanist story. So focusing on the ethnicity of the actress is kind of missing the point. That doesn't change the fact that it was largely forgettable. As of now, you can only slice with the new version of Chidu... No! Seriously, Vergatarung? Is that true? Oh, fuck that. I've been using Lychee. I hate Chidubox. That's awful. Okay, never mind then. Was Major her name, or did they just call her that constantly? I don't remember them explicitly stating that Major was Kusanagi's name. But again, I don't really remember it, so I can't speak to that. Here we have from Data Nerd, been taking a watercolor class on the side to expand my knowledge and get some new experiences in. Awesome, I'm glad to hear that, Data Nerd. Still a work in progress, but it's something. Still need to go back in to add clouds, the sun, fix the watercolor, and add more to the land up front. Well, that's just lovely. Just as like a cross section of a horizon. That was very nice. Good smooth transitions. How are you enjoying it, Data Nerd? I've never done watercolor. I think I did watercolor when I was really, really young, like we all did in elementary school, but it was never something that I pursued seriously or as an adult, and I'll be very curious to see what your results are. This is absolutely lovely, and thank you for sharing. Very nice work indeed. Here we have from SP Firestarter, after not printing for months, I am back with some assembly required Corvid, Raven, and Predator Raptor 2. It's good to get back to printing. SP Firestarter, I'm glad. I'm glad you're psyched. Also, damn, they make some nice models, don't they? Some assembly required is Machine God and Papa Bear's Patreon. You can find them on Patreon. They do a lot of really, really nice Battletech models, a lot of which are based on the Mech Assault version. Not Mech Assault. Yeah, Mech Assault. I was thinking Mech Commander. No, that's a different game entirely. On the Mech Assault versions of Battlemechs, which had their own kind of unique, chunky style to them in a lot of cases. And some that only existed in those games, for that matter. Chidu's making some awful decisions, and then the company that makes most of the boards for printers, so a lot of the new ones are going to be locked. Oh no. Why does this always happen? Why do we keep getting the technology that frees us from the bullshit, and then the bullshit fucking wranglers immediately go to work trying to corral us back in? It's happening with streaming right now. It pisses me off, and apparently it's going to start happening in 3D printing. How fucking lame. Alright, you know, there's just one more thing. Just one more thing for me to be disappointed about. I appreciate you letting me know if I got it wrong. And yeah, because money. Because money. Is the new version of Chidu Box at least usable? Because it's not like Lychee is good fucking software. Like Chidu Box needs to. They have two options. They can make their software good enough that we want to use it, or they can just, you know, slave our machines to the software so we have no other choice. And they're opting for B instead of A. And I just... Son of a bitch. They're doing it because they want guys like Lychee to pay a license fee to unlock it. If me paying Lychee for the pro version of their software will give them enough money to pay a licensing fee to Chidubox to use their board so I can use it on my Mars 3, I guess I'll buy a Lychee subscription. But this is so convoluted and irritating at this point. Though if you missed it, but I made my playlist available on YouTube about mechs. All the material I've collected up to now, both in modeling and theory, could be useful. I will take a look at it, Ignis. Thank you very much for that, man. Oh yeah, you got a number of them in there. A whole number. I'll check that out. Since we share an interest, thank you so much for sharing. Here we have from Avash working on some of them Wookiee warriors from the look of things. Nice textured figures, good ones to use washes and dry brush on. I like the look of the brass that you've done here. Good looking Rick blade. How do you pronounce that? How do you pronounce the name of the swords that Wookiees have? Rick? Like the name Rick? Is it like Reek? Like fucking Theon Greyjoy? Rick. I always want to say Rick blades. That sounds like I'm talking about like Rick Astley. Either way, really nice paint job on these guys. I would, see, personally, if I had been starting to paint these figures, I would have defaulted to a silver for these metal parts, just to contrast it with the warm tones of the fur. I would not have thought that gold would look as good as it does, but honestly, this works pretty well. That was before basing, here we have after basing. Oh, nice. Got that with the clone ATRTs and everything. Hell yeah. I know the Wookiee Warriors are pretty badass. On the, I was a part of the playtesters who did this wave. Which, again, if you open up the Wookiee Warriors book, you can find my name in there, though I won't tell you what it is. But as I remember, they're pretty tricky to get close enough to do their damage, but man, once they get close, they can fuck some people up. That's right. That's right, Greg's name is in there, too. We're both there, man. We fucking rule. We couldn't save Rune Wars, but damn it, we play-tested some Star Wars. Oh, God. I miss Rune Wars so much. It's terrible. It's such a good game. I'll do whatever it takes. I'll do whatever the fuck it takes to bring it back. Greg, let me tell you. The Busy Builder. Welcome to chat, man. How you doing? So you think it was Army Painter? So it's interesting that you mentioned that, Avash. Of Army Painter or Vallejo. I think they make the best metallic paints on the market, really. Now, I have not used Pro Acryl's metallics. I don't own any. I haven't used any. I very recently got some Rainy River Designs metallics I'm intending to test out on something. In my experience, though, Vallejo Air Color Metals, I want to say, is what the line is called, and then Army Painter are honestly some of the best metallic paints on the market. And it's funny because Army Painter broadly is not the best. Metal color, thank you. Army Painter broadly, a lot of their paints are kind of not great, but their metallics, for whatever reason, are really nice. I could not tell you what it is about them that makes them so good. Vallejo Metal Color Airbrush Paints. Yes, thank you, Vergaderung. Yeah, I like those a lot, too. I still use Army Painter's washes. They're, what do they call them, shades, I want to say. They're like dark tone, strong tone. Those are some of my favorite washes. That's what I still buy regularly from Army Painter. I agree. I actually like their rust effect more than I like Games Workshop's. And I think Games Workshop's textures are largely good, but, and I would warn anybody out there, and I'm not sure what you used on these, Avash, for the texture on the base, which, by the way, looks nice. Really good job on that. Great wash. Looks like you dry brushed them a little bit. Very effective. If you are currently using Games Workshop's texture effects, their base textures, like their mud, Sterling mud, or what have you, the exact same products are available from Vallejo. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Avash. That is what you're using, and that is fantastic. The exact same products are available from Vallejo in a greater variety of colors and grit sizes, and so much cheaper. First of all, you get a big container of it instead of a stupid little pot. And secondly, you get it at a much better price point. There are several versions available of Vergaderung, including some with larger grit size. They're, what's it called? They have one like that has like pumice chunks in it. You can add pieces to it, that's easy to do, but Vergaderung, I'm telling you, they make one that has bigger pieces in it. Some people like a little bit of chunk. Yeah, in a much greater amount. Tamiya is the worst. It's like painting glitter. Tamiya is a pretty old brand, Busy Builder. Tamiya is an interesting brand, and then I've only found 3 or 4 products they make that I really like using for miniature painting, but I feel like Tamiya developed in a previous era and was mostly aimed at like scale model builders for World War II aircraft and stuff like that. I don't really know enough about the company to comment further on that. I just know that Tamiya is a much older brand than a lot of what we have now. Yeah, no, their little drill's amazing. Tamiya's hobby drill, if you guys don't have this thing, it's fucking amazing. They have a little battery-powered hobby drill that it actually comes on sprues and you have to build it yourself, which is kind of a fun project. But this thing is fucking incredible. If you use a pin vise regularly and it annoys you, look up Tamiya's hobby drill, get it for yourself. I think it's $30. It is so fucking worth it. It is so worth it. I love this thing. Nice work, Avash. I really like the look of those Wookiees. I'd love, if you felt like it, if you feel like taking a closer shot of your AT-RTs with the ARF troopers on there, post that up on the showcase. I'd love to see them. Here we have from Vergaderung. Not a ton of model progress, but my buddy sold me his old prototype magnet rack case. Holds an absolute ton in exchange for weighing an actual ton. Oh, okay. Holds all the Mechanicus models I'm willing to play, with 2 more trays I'm currently just using to hold the drill and my big dice box. I admit, the first time I read this sentence, I didn't read dice and I was a little concerned. Damn. Is it made of wood? Yeah, it looks like it's like wood trays with magnetic pieces on top. Damn, you got a lot of AdMech, dude. A lot of AdMech. I love the bases on them, too. Just sheet metal. Oh, okay. Well, that's simple enough. And then you put the magnets in the bases of the figures themselves, I guess.
But Mr. Head, you have a 3D printer, a drill bit, and $5 fan cooler. I'm sure you can build one that's half as good for double the price of materials.
This is the DIYer's creed, Waffles the Wonderfish. Why would I buy something when I can make it myself for twice the price? Oh, God, I need help. Oh, let me get rid of that real quick. We're not talking about the dice now. We are going to be giving away dice on our next stream on Sunday, though. Since we're at 1,500 followers. We're at 1,502 right now. It's been a good day. Damn, that really does hold a lot. I don't have many great model movement solutions right now. It's like the weakest aspect of my hobby is I never got a really good, like, the best I have are like those file boxes that they were selling from, I can't remember the company, but they're just file boxes. Cardboard file boxes, and then you fill that with specially made foam trays. Like, that is the best that my model transport gets. This looks like a nice bag that it all goes into at any rate. Played a big 10K Battletech game today, and it was a blast. Trotsky, fuck yeah, dude. You get any pictures? I'd love to see them. Feel like that creed holds true until you print an orc army. So that creed doesn't hold true for 3D printing broadly, in my opinion, Wombat Combat. Do me a favor, Wombat. You just got a 3D printer, and you have been playing games for a while. So I want you to do something that I didn't think to do when I was in your position, and that is approximate the amount of money that you have been spending on models for. If you can go back a year, that's great. If you can only do 6 months, 3 months, 1 month, whatever you can estimate accurately, figure out how much you spent, and then monitor how much you're spending on 3D printing for the next same time period and compare the two. Figure out how much money it's actually saving you, please, because I think it's gonna blow your tits clean off, and I'm very interested to hear the number. Damn, Verg. I'll tell you, I'll be honest with you though, Vergaderung. You know what I really take from this picture? I want those fucking Sour Patch Kids right now, just in my face, this very fucking second. That's what I take away from this. That's a true point until you sub to 25 Patreons. Fuck it, guys, I hate I really don't like the Patreon 3D printing model. Like, I don't have a Patreon. I'm fairly sure that if I started one, there would be enough people who joined it to justify having it, but I don't like it. There's nothing against the people running it. Everybody's trying to figure out what the business model for 3D printers looks like, but I'm not a fan. I don't sub to any, personally. There are some people who have Patreons and they'll release the models in like My Mini Factory afterwards. I just go buy the fucking model. Maybe I'm just like a stick in the mud, I don't know. Yeah, Patreon and Kickstarter are kind of a kick in the pants. The Twitch subs blow my mind, Project Dark Fox. I figure those are eventually going to dry up. I don't do this for the subs, though. I appreciate it, and I appreciate all the subscriptions. You guys are fucking awesome. But, you know, I'm going to be here doing this anyway, one way or the other. I just want you guys to hang out. You fire up my imagination a bit. People want to eat, and eating requires a regular revenue. Yeah, and that's the part, Nanotanks, where I'm like, I'm hesitant to actually criticize the people running the Patreons, because I don't have enough of an inside view of their lives, their income, or how much they're making to make any accurate judgments about anything. I just personally don't like it. You know, if I'm being honest, let me break it down. It's less of a judgment of the people that run it and more the knowledge that I can't. Because if I were to run a Patreon, let's just say that I have a very poorly developed executive function. And I would have this feeling like if I wasn't delivering a certain number of files per month, I would feel guilty about taking money from people. At least on Twitch, when I get subs, it's like, if I'm streaming to my schedule, then, you know, hopefully people are getting some value out of that. Yeah, no, Greg knows. Greg knows me on a personal level, and I think Greg has seen how much I fucking suck at practical business. Greg has, like, okay, let me recount a story with Greg the Salt Miner while I pull up real quick here, hang on. Getting initial colors laid out for Lord Croak, intended to be a competition piece, had this insane crazy idea to do all the stonework as gemstones. That is crazy. So here's to me losing my mind, doing all the detailing. Every square millimeter of this sculpt has intricate sculpted carvings, all of which get to be highlighted like a lens. You are a bit of a fucking madman. Yeah, you should have. As I stood there with, this was about the time that General Veers came out for Star Wars Legion, and I had just painted mine, and I have to say, also, looking back on it, I think General Veers is one of the best paint jobs I did for Star Wars Legion. I'm really still very proud with how that model looked. I don't own it anymore, sold it like a fucking idiot, but it was a really, really good looking model. And somebody at the game store is like, I want you to do that, but for me, take my Veers and paint it like that. And I think Greg could see the gears in my brain just grinding down, like the smoke starting to come out of my ears, and I was like, how much would it cost? I mean, maybe like one, maybe like third, and Greg just comes in and he's like, it's at least $60. I think you initially quoted even higher than that, but you just Greg just sort of stepped in and delivered a price that was much higher than anything I was going to go for, because did I say $10? Jesus. Suffice to say, guys, I understand that it can be hard to judge the value of your own work. Yeah, that sounds right. And honestly, Greg has helped me so much in my journey as a painter, not just on the financial side. That's the same one, Wombat. Yeah, you know him. Not just on that side, but Greg once delivered the advice to me that I hold dear: paint sloppy. It doesn't sound like great advice on its face, but once I embraced it, and honestly, one of my artistic weaknesses right now is that I've drifted away from this core philosophy, but I did some of the best painting of my life when I just stopped focusing on every stupid little detail, broadened my focus a little bit, and just started worrying less about the details. Some of the best paint work I ever did came after that. I think Greg is better at giving advice than he is at following it, though he is admittedly a much better businessman than I am. Nice work on this, though, man. Holy crap, these colors. I assume you're doing oils on this, Greg, because you've been doing oils on pretty much everything for a while, and that would explain why these colors are so crazy vibrant. I've been really trying to meld the really highly pigmented, vibrant colors of oils with some of my acrylic work lately, and damn, that looks nice. Really? Damn. That is a hell of an endorsement right there. Some of them Rainy River single pigments? Ooh. Wanted to do acrylics on this. This is going to be a lot of 15-minuters here and there. Yeah, if you don't have time to just sit down and do all the work over a few days, oils lose their luster pretty damn quickly. This is some really, really nice work. And if this was done with Rainy River paints, holy shit. Very nicely done. And guys, you can always hit ! Rainy River in chat to get a link over to Rainy River Designs. They have some really quite nice line of acrylic paints that Kursala and Data Nerd have been developing over there. And they get more added to them pretty regularly, like monthly at this point. We use a lot of them over here now, too. Well, thank you for sharing with us, Greg, and I can't wait to see how the detailing comes in on that, you absolute madman. Here we have from Sumatha, Operation Lancaster preview, sorta Thunderhead exclusive. Tonight I present something that began life as a sketch created by Australian artist Alan Blackwell for fun on his own time in 2016. This piece was modified to be used as one of 8 licensed pieces of art used in Operation Lancaster, while the majority of the art for Operation Lancaster is by Matt Plog. As we all know at this point, Mr. Blackwell has been responsible for the insanely detailed cover art and 8 individual pieces that are now the mechs in the Clan Battlemech section of Operation Lancaster. This particular piece is the Hammerhands 2C. Fans of the Warhammer and its retcon predecessor, the Hammerhands, which I admit I do like the Hammerhands, will surely see that the lines are perfect for such a machine. I personally have come to love this design, and I'm considering commissioning Mr. Blackwell to someday create a miniature of this design so that we can have it on the tabletop. Given that he was responsible for a great many of the miniatures in the Clan Invasion Kickstarter, he is a great artist. It's clear he is more than capable of creating a lovely miniature. I thought I skipped a line. All 8 of the miniatures in the Clan Battlemech section of Operation Lancaster are like this, intentionally a different style to the rest of the entire project, which I appreciate, by the way. With a simple standing pose and frontal view, these were chosen to be an ode to the original TRO 3050, where we had our first peek at the first Clan mechs. Anywho, I won't go into in-universe details of this machine, but let's say those who have seen the information regarding it consider it a very worthy successor to the venerable Hammerhands Battlemech. On a side note, as a direct result of the recent late edition currently in progress that involves a design by Ion Raptor, ooh, very interesting. Riot Sister also, thank you very much for the reminder. Operation Lancaster is looking to break the 427,000 word mark tonight, holy shit. Previously 424,000. That's a lot of words. That's a lot of letters. Holy shit. I can't even read. Let's just say this project will certainly have quite the legacy. Wink, wink, wink. Probably, conceivably. I don't know. It seems appropriate there. God damn. Ooh, this looks like a Hammerhands stepped into a teleporter with a fucking Nova Cat. Mostly in the center torso, admittedly. The legs and the arms are very hammer hands, and the center torso is very hammer hands from its original design, but it has a distinctly, to me, Nova Cat flair to it. Which I guess makes sense if it's a 2C, a clan version. Damn, that is nice looking. Yeah, it's got the angles, the really aggressive kind of animalistic angles that you would generally find in a clan mech. Really damn nice work, while still keeping its chonky, nasty fucking feet. And the proportions on the arms look just right. I've always liked the way that its elbows taper down into its cannon hands. Or hammer hands, if you will. Really, really nice work on this one, and thank you for sharing it, Mr. Blackwell's work with us. I admire the shit out of his art. He does so much good work. There's some Battletech artists that I'm pretty cold on. But, yeah, Alan Blackwell, it's hard to argue. It is hard to argue with the quality of his work. Even rough like this, it looks so damn good. Very cool. Here we have from Project Dark Fox, just trying to stir the imagination a little bit with some sketching. Maybe just a little risque, but it follows the rules we've set up in the past. I've spoilered it just in case. What does it say afterwards? It's absolutely stream safe, even G-rated. Is this a streamer fell for it moment? Nah. Only if he didn't click this spoiler first. I did, though. I did. I mean, yeah, no, this is just accurate. I don't trust people who claim to not be perverts. If you tell me that you are in no way a pervert, all I'm hearing from you is that you are a deceptive pervert who feels the need to hide it. I'm just saying, as far as humanity goes. Well, thank you for sharing that thought with us today, Project Dark Fox. As always appreciated and right up my alley, so to speak. But that is going to bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report, and concordantly, to use that word in a wildly inappropriate context, to the end of tonight's stream. No! No! You son of a bitch, OBS, I thought we had this worked out. Well, there it is anyway. This is why the pro streamer will never be an actual command, is because it will get used far too often. Let's see who is doing what. See if we can't get a raid going here real quick. Keep the party going. Keep you guys moving on to someone that you will enjoy. Who is doing what? Let's have a look. Perverts and liars. I agree. Critical Role's going. They obviously need the raids. Hobbies for Happiness is doing a little painting. We got Commander Mittens. MCB. Ooh, I think we're going to raid Commander Mittens. Guys, I don't know if you've been into Commander Mittens' channel before. She is fucking fantastic and super duper talented. Runs a great stream. If you, I know that a number of people are probably turning in for the night here. If you don't mind doing me a personal favor, stick around for just like 5 minutes. Raid over into Commander Mittens' channel. Check out the channel. If you like what you see, give her a follow. Try to catch her next stream. She is really an excellent painter. She has a wonderful little community, and she's always willing to talk about what it is that she's doing. So let's spread a little love, so to speak. So we're gonna be back Sunday the 8th. We're gonna be back to doing some of our oil painting on our Conquest: The Last Argument of Kings minis. Tuesday the 10th, we'll be back to doing some acrylics on Warcaster. I have some more Iron Star Alliance and some Marcher Worlds that need painting, and in fact here pretty soon we're probably going to be deciding on a color scheme for the Marcher World. So if you have some cool ideas for like some Space Rebels, you know, pop into the stream, take a look at the aesthetics, see if anything fires up your imagination. I'm very, very open to color scheme ideas. And then next Thursday the 12th, we will not be doing 3D design, but we are... No, I don't remember that, Roland. Did that ever happen? That seems weird. We'll be dual streaming with Steela Rebel, an incredibly talented painter who is going to be going way out of her way to get in our time zone a little bit since she lives in Japan. I'm probably going to be starting a little late. She's going to be starting pretty damn early, and we're going to be doing some oil painting on a Judge Dredd bust, one of the largest scale things that I've painted. It's going to be a good time. It'll be fun, I think. If you guys haven't been to Steela's stream and get a chance to meet her, she's awesome. She's a good time. Guys, thank you. Thank you to everybody who came out today. Thank you to all of our followers who got us to 1,500 today. Thank you to everybody who posted in the Storm Report, and a big thank you to my mods. I'm going to go get something to eat. I will see you guys next time, so until then, keep on painting.